City of Miami Commission. Apologize we haven't gotten through more business today, but we have gotten some significant things done. Before I go to the order of the day, I'd like to offer a point of privilege to Commissioner Watson, who wanted a few minutes to address the Commission and the public.
Good afternoon. Is Chris here? No? Ready? Yeah. Yes. I guess good afternoon. We did cover some things this morning, and some things we didn't necessarily get a chance to cover. If you indulge me for a few minutes, I'd just like to share part of my story and experience, and give credence to excellence and hard work and sheer will. Having a hard time hearing me? Yeah. I'm sorry. Trying to comply with my doctor in my chair and keeping my face covered. But I'll speak louder when I speak. Always, technology never works when you want it to work.
Listen, here's the facts. COVID-19 is real. I know what we need to do. I know the health disparities in our community, Black community, is fairly high.
We must put trust, confidence, and faith in those that are trained to lead, guide, and to direct us whenever there is a health disparity in our community, in our society, such as the corona-19.
Now, if you don't trust the vaccine, I encourage you to do your research. Speak to your physician, speak to your healthcare professional, speak to your pastor. Once you decide to get it, reach out to the City of Miami, because we're trying to get the vaccine to the populations that need it most.
Our president has taken the vaccine. Our vice president, she has taken the vaccine. Many of our first responders have also taken the vaccine. I want to encourage you, do your part, get vaccinated, and let's defeat COVID-19.
We're not going to stop the pandemic, but what we can do is help you protect yourself and protect your loved ones. Now is the time. So think a moment and think about yourself. Talk to the ones who you trust, and then call the City of Miami. so that we can get to you and give you an opportunity to do what's necessary.
I did that not because I was trying to be vain, but trying to at least pay homage in some respect to my journey. I'm not so sure that I was the only one, but to this date, the only one that I know of, elected official, the state of Florida, who caught COVID. I wanted to say thank you to my colleagues who were absolutely fabulous. I was in contact with them both morning and night as they were concerned about my well-being and offered to do everything they could do to assist me in trying to get through my experience. This is my first commission meeting back, and of course, most who watch the meeting of February 25th at that point realized that something was wrong. As I got through part of the meeting, the fire chief called me and said, "Commissioner, you don't look well. Something's wrong. Did you get tested? Can I help you?" And I responded, "Chief, I'm fine. Don't feel too hot. I'll do that this afternoon." It was a short meeting that day. It finished around 5:30. I talked to someone who also said the same thing, and then I fell asleep. I thought I woke up about 11:25 p.m., and in fact, it was 11:25 a.m. the next day, upon which I called the chief and said, "Chief, I don't feel well." And he said, after I said, "I need your help, I'll see you in 10 minutes. I want to come back to fire." And from then on, the journey was fairly interesting. As I entered ICU and was told what I had, I went back to Chief Z and his call, and he showed up in my living room with about 12 of his personnel and his medical director. His medical director asked me, could he ask me 6 questions, and he did. And I said yes, and he stopped at 2. And he said at that time, he said, "Commissioner, I've seen over 721 of these cases, and we should make a decision." I looked at him, and he said, "If you stay here, there's not much I can do to help you. But if we're going to go, we need to go right now." And I said, "I'm going with you." What I had was the virus inflamed both lungs, low blood oxygen levels, pneumonia, and failing respiratory system. And by Sunday, the doctor moved me to ICU. And Monday morning, I woke up with about 12 guys in my room, talking and looking at monitors, and I then decided I had 5 people to call. The doctor said, if we do a respirator, you have 17% chance of survival. If you keep fighting, we're going to keep fighting for you. And they continue to use a lot of new things that probably allowed me to be here. So to all of the prayers, well wishes from my colleagues, you know who you are. From the community and from others, both with issues and with not, who call to wish me blessings. I thank you. Obviously, with medical technology and the man himself, it wasn't my time. But I do want to say thank you. I also want to say to Carlos Migoya and to his staff, Jackson Memorial was never a place to go to be well. That definitely has changed. In the time that I've lived life, I've only been in the hospital twice. But it is probably, therefore, at this point, one of the best facilities that we have in the country. But most importantly, I want to ensure that for the people who spent the time with me, and it was quite a few, that I thank them as well. We're working with the city clerk to ensure that something goes over there from me to them, because they are the frontline workers. And therefore, too, I'd like to thank those true heroes and heroines who do their job every day, whether it's sweeping the floor or sticking needles in you. That's what they do that cause lives to be saved. So to Martha Lunsford, Marciel Diaz, who actually cleaned my floor and chided me and prodded me to put my socks on, because you know you're in a hospital and we have a lot of germs. To Jennifer Diaz, Miguel Rufino, Dr. Shabazz Rashid, Dr. Gomez, Dr. Butriago, Lindsay Murga, Dr. Yaroslav Burak, Dr. Jaime Avislas, Lino Valacio, Monet Wright Hepburn, Nadia Cherry, Emma Romeo, Dr. Alberto Gomez, Gemma Weiss, Yvette Pons, Catherine Martinez, Ann Montalvo, Eldie Caesar, Marie Chausu, Marie Cheryl Stottle, Belinda Theluzma, Sandra Leroux, Dr. Marco Arias, Salma Hernandez, Dr. Ali Garcia, Erica Garraway, Diana Henry, Marika Aurelia, Maveen Stevenson, Danielle Owens, Freddie Cerveda. For Freddie, I played the video. Freddie walked into my room and said, "Hey, I know you. You're the guy from the commercials. I studied you. You're talking to tell people to take the vaccine. We can't have you in here. We have to get you back out there." So to Freddie, thank you. Maybelle Ortiz, Wilfredo Medina, Duniski Hernandez, Jose Garcia Cruz, Jessica Myers, Chantel Wiley, Mary Rojas, Jasmine DuPont, Viviana Martinez, Graciela Regis, William Ordonez, Albinez Viaco, and Shani McKinney. Thank you. For you are our frontline workers who wake up every day, who work around the clock to ensure that you send more back out there than not. And you should always be honored for your service. I asked Chief for the guys who showed up to my house. And just like they are, he said, "We do that all the time. There's no need to thank them." But someone left their stethoscope at my house, which I guess now is my memento of my experience. But for the ones that he thought was necessary, Captain Steve Carroll, Lieutenant Mark Alejandre, Juan Carlos Ramirez, and Matthew Alvarez, of our fire department and EMS workers, who we thought, because of the woman that was honored today, that it was important to pay attention to this pandemic. We footed the bill. I've been asked the question, who paid for what we did? We paid. We paid to protect our citizens, the city of Miami. We screamed, hollered, all of them screamed, hollered to find vaccines to ensure that we had some to make sure that you were protected. I thank you, Chief Z. If I had stayed home, I probably would not be here. So he really didn't ask me. He insisted that it was time to go. Just wanted to say to all of you, thank you as well. Clearly again to my colleagues, clearly again to the manager, who I was told, said to the chief, check on the commissioner. We never know how people affect our lives, but in this case, quite a few affected mine. So although it wasn't my time, there was a lot of people who helped make sure that it wasn't. And I just wanted to say thank you.
Commissioners, there's no way for us to empathize with what you've gone through. But life is precious, and we need you here, and the city needs you, and I'm very thankful to everyone that helped you get to where you are now. We're glad to have you back. We're glad to have you
Welcome back.
And thank you for the basket. Unnecessary.
Thank you for the baskets, Commissioner, but most of all, let's thank God that you're here with us, because I'm a firm believer that if we put our faith in our God, like I know you and your wife Carmen did, he came through because he knew, and God knows, that you have a lot of work to do here that only you could do, and he's not finished with you. So that's why, while I'll admit I was very concerned about you, I knew that you were going to pull through because God had a mission for you. That's why you beat all the odds when you got up here and appointed by us. I mean, if Vegas would have been taking odds on Commissioner Watson being the next commissioner for District 5 to be sitting up here, it would have probably been something like a billion to one. And there he is. And God has a mission for you here to accomplish. And I'm seeing it in the reaction of the people in District 5. They're seeing a man that's just like them, dresses the same way, walks the same way, doesn't act like, because he's got the title of commissioner, he's something special, something higher that people have to bow to him. People in District 5 are seeing that they have a commissioner that cares, that's out there with his wife trying to really make a difference. And you will, together with your wife, make a difference for District 5 and this city as a whole. And I thank you for that, Commissioner.
I only have to say amen. You have a lot of work to do, and thank the Lord that you are here, and you're going to be here for a while, my dear brother. You're going to be here for a while. God bless you. God bless you.
Thank you. Are we ready to begin the business of the day?
Well, yes, but this was important, and I'm glad that our commission expressed itself, and the way that he did, it was necessary.
Do we have a shade meeting or not? Or
We
when?
are postponing the shade meeting as we have a lot of pressing issues on the agenda, and we'll save the shade meeting for last. It's on the chalks issue.
Okay.
Here's what I'd propose that we do at this point, gentlemen. We should do the order of the day, where we set the agenda for what items are deferred. Let's add all of our pocket items onto the agenda. Then I would recommend we take up the settlement issue and an open public comment for that item, because when we left for lunch, there were still some folks who hadn't been able to speak on that item, and they're still here at City Hall waiting. So I'd like them to have that chance. And then we can take up that item, and then we can take on the regular business of the agenda. Does that sound good? All right, so I would like to add a pocket item, which I am very appreciative of Commissioner Reyes for bringing to my attention, and I would welcome his co-sponsorship in it. This will be PI1, a resolution of the Miami City Commission condemning all forms of hate directed toward Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in our community, and affirming its commitment to actively combating racism, achieving racial and social equity, and protecting the City of Miami's vulnerable AAPI residents. Direct the city clerk to transmit a copy of this resolution to the officials named herein. So that'll be PI1.
Commissioner?
Yes, sir.
This is going to be sponsored by you and co-sponsored by me.
Thank you. I really appreciate it, Commissioner. It means a lot. Are there other pocket items that people would like to place on the agenda?
I'd like to be included as a co-sponsor of this item.
So would I.
Thank you. That's PI1. Who would like to enter another pocket item to the agenda?
I have one.
Commissioner Watson, you're recognized.
I have an item in reference to a waiving of a noise requirement for an event that apparently happens annually. So I would like to enter that as a pocket item. Has this been passed out?
Yes, PI2 will be a resolution of the Miami City Commission waiving the noise prohibitions for Music Week 2021 related to events pursuant to Section 36.5 of the Code. Yes, that's one we worked on each year around this time. So that'll be PI2.
I have another one.
Commissioner Reyes, your pocket item, please.
I have another pocket item, which is a resolution directing the city attorney to prepare an amendment to the charter of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended for consideration at the City of Miami General Municipal Election to be held on November 2nd, 2021. Proposal upon approval of the electorate to set forth a procedure commencing in November 2021 for selecting and appointing the positions of fire chief and police chief. This can be also, we can do it together, or it can be separately. We prefer separately, you see. And the appointment will require approval by majority of the city commissioners within 14 days of any such appointment. More particularly by amending Section 4D and Section 26 of said charter, further directing the city attorney to present said amendment to the city commission at the July 8th, 2021 city commission meeting for approval. We're going to take it to the voters that we are going to set procedures, and those procedures cannot be violated. Let the people speak.
Thank you. That will be PI3.
Yes.
Are there other pocket items that any commissioners would like to enter? All right, hearing none, I'll finish those as the pocket items unless Commissioner Diaz-de-la-Portilla has anything else he'd like to add when he gets here. You have a pocket item, Commissioner? PI4, what would that be?
This would be an emergency ordinance of the Miami City Commission by 4/5 affirmative vote, amending Chapter 40, Article Section 40-1 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended. Titled Personnel in General, Registration and Fingerprinting Generally, by providing a minimum qualification standard for employment in an elected official's office, and prohibition on doing business with certain companies, providing a severely clause, providing for an immediate effective date. In essence, the key part is D. Elected officials are prohibited from hiring or retaining the services of any person who is on probation. Likewise, elected officials are prohibited from hiring or retaining the services of, should read, any consultant or any other person associated with any consulting company that is on probation. This has to be, this is Ron, this is a Ron version, so this will be done, but in essence, this is what the ordinance will have, and will be corrected and brought to you back before we deal with it.
You read it correctly though, but it didn't save. We'll put the wording in the hard copy, but you read it correctly.
Yeah, and we're only talking about probation and our own employees or consultants.
Commissioner, so this is an ordinance, correct?
Yes,
So need 2 readings.
there'll be 2 readings today.
So an emergency, would that be considered an emergency ordinance?
Yes, it is.
All right. Are there any other pocket items to be added? Madam City Attorney, does the Law Department have a pocket item to add? No, okay. All right, so that's PI1, PI2, PI3, PI4. Mr. Manager, order of the day. Are there any items that the administration would like to see continued, withdrawn, or deferred?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, Commissioners, Madam City Attorney, Mr. City Clerk. At this time, the administration would like to defer and/or withdraw the following item, PH4 to be withdrawn.
PH4?
PH4.
PH4.
Is that it,
That's it.
Mr. Chair?
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Reyes.
On the SR, on the SR, second reading,
Which item?
I would like, because I have a little problem, not a bit, a big problem with SR6, the parking improvement.
Parking Improvement Trust Fund.
And I would like to be clarified and also try to modify it also, and discuss the modification of the amount that it should be paying to the trust, and how that's going to be used, and how fast that can be used.
Would that be an amendment or a withdrawal or
That will be a deferred.
a deferral?
A deferral.
So as seeking to defer SR6, SR6, which is the Parking Trust Fund item for the Wynwood Norte NRD.
Yes, I have a little conflict with numbers that I want to clarify, sir.
So there's a request to defer. Do you have a date you'd like to see it deferred to?
Mr. City Manager, how much time we need to sit down with everybody and try to reach some agreement, and how much do they have to pay on all of that?
We could certainly,
2 more meetings?
yeah, you want to do the second meeting in April?
Okay.
Well, I'm not sure how this affects the actual
No, it doesn't affect that
entire
at all.
NRD.
The
Wynwood
rest is not affected.
It does not affect.
The rest is not affected, only the parking trust.
Could we take it up for, at least for discussion when the item comes up, so I understand where you're coming from?
Well, I'll tell you right now.
Well,
You see, it really, I have a huge question. You know, we are offering benefits to the, which I don't agree on decreasing parking spaces. But we are allowed to decrease the parking space and contribute to the trust fund, and the amount is $15,000. You see, when it is going to cost to build a parking space 2 times that, it's going to cost $30,000. How in the hell is that a special offer that we have and give you 2 for 1? You understand what I'm saying?
yes.
If it's going to
No.
cost the city,
I guess I don't understand. And I actually, they've been working on this for a couple of years. I had some reservations. I tried to at least answer for myself those questions. The fee was raised, and of course, apparently we have the former parking guru here, so there's various amounts for parking all over the city. And so, I mean, even last meeting, before I was out, it was raised, because there's an incentive and then there's a point at which, there's a disincentive. And so clearly, I guess it was decided 15 and maybe it could be raised more, not sure. But I think that it's fair to break it out if you want to break it out. But it's, it was not necessarily done frivolously, the amount. And so I just wanted to make sure that was done. The other part of the parking, I asked for a language change. I'm not so sure where this goes, but there has been a lot of engagement. The community actually wanted Rosie to come in here. Rosie is our security guard outside. She lives in the area. And so I went around with her and others because I wanted to find out what you all think, not what the pushers think, not what our planners think, but what's the Rosies of the neighborhood who's been there. What do they think about what they think this may mean for them? One of the things, the only thing actually that I asked for was some sort of cap on aggregation so that there's no completely huge projects that affect them. But equally as well, since we're always looking for sources, I wanted to make sure that people who are in the neighborhood participate in the transformation of the neighborhood.
You're absolutely right.
Our neighborhoods are going to be transformed. Lord ain't making no more land. And so our goal should be to ensure that our people who've been here, as the tax runners come in, okay, they can now participate in the transformation of their community as opposed to being driven out. And since we always don't have resources to help with that, I thought it made appropriate for not only creation of a unit, but if you live in a facility and you want to upgrade your unit, then you should be able to do that with an option to staying. And of course, I can't make you sell or not sell or what have you. But if you want to stay, my mother couldn't be dragged out of her house, right? If you want to stay and you have downward trending income, you can't go to the bank. But if these guys are coming in to upgrade the neighborhood, then clearly you should be able to avail yourself to an opportunity to do so without having to worry about going to a bank or more debt or what have you. Okay? So that's why that language has now been put in, and I'm very comfortable that people who want to participate in the transformation of that community will in fact be able to do that. So we can argue about the issue of the cost. Because
That's my only issue.
I didn't want to go too high. And I had asked, like I said, I'd asked the manager. But that, so I don't know if it's 15, I don't know if it's 17.5. I settled on 15 because it was at 12.5, right? And so I don't want to get into, I don't know what you asked, but I know since the chair asked so that it could be moved on, because there's a number of items associated with that. That's the only reason I wanted to step forward.
Just a clarification, please, so I understand. Is the issue, Commissioner Reyes, the amount or where it goes?
No,
Amount.
what it goes, I heard, there's going to be a trust fund, parking trust fund. And it is fine to have a parking trust fund. I'm concerned that before we build the parking garage, where people are going to park. You see, because that's a big problem that we have every time that we have one of those huge development. I agree with the development. Don't get me wrong. But my problem is I don't want to set a precedent that every time that we have, we're given incentives, a set of people. I don't believe in cutting parking spaces. I think that we should have enough parking spaces. If not, people are going to be parking in front of my house. I have that problem. You see, I have a 6-story building in the corner of 53rd and 7th. On 8th, I live in 53rd and 7th, and people park in front of my house. And there is no swales over there because people that work in 8th Street will park there.
Got it.
That is a concern. Also, we don't want to set a precedent if we are going to do that, if we're going to go that route, that we're going to be charging $15,000 to the developer for parking spaces when in the trust fund we'll have to spend $30,000 for an additional parking. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
If we're going to do that, because we are given a benefit by reducing parking spaces, they can build more apartments, more units, and they're going to be charging all their life for those units. You see? It's a substantial benefit. I think that it has to be fair, sir.
Commissioner Watson, are you okay with the deferral?
How long is the deferral?
What date?
This, Commissioner Watson, this does not affect at all the development.
No.
This is only that section of the parking that we can work it out.
Yeah, no, the question is how long.
April 8th?
Yeah.
April 8th?
April 8th, it's
That's
fine.
fine.
April 8th?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so we'll add that
Okay.
to the list, SR6 deferral to April 8th.
I just want to be clear, that's the next meeting.
Yes.
Okay?
2 weeks.
Okay.
2 weeks, but Mr. City Manager, let's make sure that we sit down and we go back and forth and say that we can agree on an amount, or if we can also, you can take that away if you want to, or whatever. But parking is a big problem in our city. It is. And either we like it or not, this is an automobile-oriented society. You see, unfortunately, we don't have a decent mass transit system. And since we don't have a decent mass transit system, we need places to park. Because that's the only way that we can move around. You see,
Commissioner Reyes, if by any chance there is going to be a change in the rate though, we won't have time to advertise it with the correct rate for April 8th. So the best thing.
Another meeting won't hurt it.
Right, so the best thing would be, unless you want to talk about it again.
Madam City Attorney, we could change it on the dais, can't we, on that day?
If you change it higher,
As a floor amendment. Okay, if higher,
if it's higher, then you're going to have to renotice
Renotice.
it again.
Understood.
If you know, I just want to be clear.
Okay.
The best thing would be to move it to the 22nd, and he
That's
has
fine.
time to.
That's fine.
To give you the correct amount,
Yeah.
and then we could properly advertise it.
Mr. Clerk, please note that the deferral for SR6 would be to April 22nd instead of the 8th. On this.
With the possibility that the public now knows it could go as high as April, as 20,000 or what
Right,
have
good
you.
catch,
Okay.
thank you, Madam Secretary.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Manager, did you have a, okay. So other items to be withdrawn, deferred, or continued? I would like to defer PZ4, the co-living. We're very, very close to finalizing. But I've talked to several interested stakeholders and applicants who are still going back and forth on a couple of different facets to get it right. So I would like to defer that. I think 2 weeks should be sufficient on that one.
How do you call that? Co-living?
Co-living,
That is the old dormitories in high school?
similar, yes. Yes.
Rooming houses?
So that would be April 8th for PZ4, April 8th.
Okay. Yep.
There's a few different applications for this that have come in. And so the planning department's been working diligently to try to figure out the best way to control this so that it's exactly what we intend for it to be and doesn't get out of hand.
I have great reservation in this. Because if we're building rooms for people to live in, this is going to be a nightmare for code to enforce, for so many other problems that it could create. Mr. Manager, let me be clear. I want to be in the loop on this one because I don't want to destroy areas of the city for the future. Just so little Bobby, not the cousin of the other little Billy that was here, can move down here from somewhere else, and he's going to have a little room to stay in, and this will be like a dorm in college with no security, no anything, bathrooms in the hall. I mean, I've just seen nightmares in this. And I want to be able to sit with our people and go through every phase of this.
Commissioner, once the chair has an opportunity to finalize whatever tweaks he wants to make, we'll certainly share it with him.
I appreciate it. I also, Chair, would like to defer RE2 so that I could get more information. I'm always in favor, and I applaud you of trying to get more land for parks. But I want from the manager the name of the owner of the land. It seems there's a middleman that has got a contract from the owner for one price, and he's given us another price. I want to know who that is. I want to know what the middleman is making. And more so, I want to know if there's a broker, what commission is the broker making. I just want all that up front.
That's RE2.
RE2.
Commissioner, when would you like to defer that to?
Well, we could defer for second meeting in
April.
In April, just to give everybody enough time to get whatever they need.
22nd, April 22nd. Thank you. I'd like to see if the Real Estate Asset Management Department can brief both commissioners and myself as well over this next month. So
Yeah,
everyone's got all the information they
sure.
want
I-
to make a decision.
I bought, and that's why I compliment you for that, a similar size parcel, actually two, you're getting two also. What you're getting is close to 34,000 square feet. The ones that I bought were 30,000 square feet. They're both facing US 1, touching, and I believe what I got those two for were considerable less money. Maybe as much as $1 million or so, I don't remember, but I just, maybe that's worth more. I mean, I'm not saying that it's not.
Right.
I would like to see that also.
Absolutely. I would.
And what I liked in the pictures that I saw, that it's got a big, long stretch, even though one is skinny. So that's good. It looked like it was a couple of blocks, so I just want to have the opportunity, too, to go by there and just see how long the piece we're buying, because
Yep.
you do have a park that's just a few blocks from there, Douglas Park, which is a huge park. So it's not because of a lack of parks in that area, but if it's going to help in another way and give us all that exposure in US 1, that's a different story.
I look forward to working with both of you commissioners on this because it is very near all three of our districts.
Yeah.
And it's on the underline, and the underline will end up being the park. We may actually activate this in a different way. We may put a structure there for the city. Who knows what it could be? I don't actually have a set plan.
Yeah.
I'm trusting the department, the administration, and the appraisals. So further diligence is very welcome. I appreciate the involvement. And we'll plan it together. If we buy it, we'll plan it together.
Yeah, I have a very open mind, Commissioner. I want you to know that. I just want to see all the transactions and what have you.
RE2 for April 22nd. We'll add that to the list. Are there any other items to be withdrawn, deferred, or continued? All right, all right. All right, so I'd like to get a motion on the order of the day, including adding the PI items. Is there a motion, please?
There's something else that I don't know how you want me to add it. I've asked the manager that I'd like to have the acting chief of police, Papier, here this afternoon, along with the director of HR. This will be brief.
Would you like a discussion item?
Yeah, discussion item with them.
So it'll be a pocket item, pocket discussion item,
Yeah.
number 5, PI 5, and any topic particularly?
The topic that we've all been hearing about in the media. I just want to get some quick questions from them on it.
Would-
And after that, I want to revisit the Omni CRA.
So PI 5, discussion item by Commissioner Croyo involving Omni CRA.
Well,
Just discussion item for Commissioner Croyo. You can
Yeah.
take it wherever you like it.
that's fine.
PI 5, Croyo discussion item.
Can I ask the request of the chair and the commission, if I could just go to the restroom real quick, be right back?
Yes, we'll just,
Then I'll spend hours with you, so.
yes, what we'll do is we'll move we have enough votes on the dais to move the order of the day, and we'll be good.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a motion, please, on the order of the day?
So
Moved by Commissioner
Second.
Reyes, seconded by Commissioner Watson. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion passes. While we're waiting for Commissioner Croyo, if you'll indulge me, I would just like to take pocket item 1 briefly. That's the one Commissioner Reyes and Commissioner Watson and Commissioner Croyo co-sponsoring with me. Thank you. Moved by Commissioner
Chairman,
Reyes.
have you opened public comment for all of these?
No, but I will.
Okay.
So some people don't know this about me, but my mother is 100% Japanese. She's from Tokyo. She was born in Nara. She came over in the 1960s. She became an American citizen. She came to my elementary school in Key Biscayne and played the yo-yo in a kimono. She was a professional yo-yo player. I grew up on the playgrounds. I did get ridiculed. I did get bullied. I have a scar on my eye from my very first fight in 5th grade from a kid who called me a chink and a Jap. Asian Americans in this country suffer the same discrimination that many diverse backgrounds suffered. And African Americans have suffered. Hispanics have suffered. And I don't try to compare or grade the suffering that different groups have endured. The Asian American experience, though, is quite unique. This is a group that, under our own government, in 1945, Franklin Delano Roosevelt passed Executive Order 1906 for fear for the safety of the country during World War II, that maybe because American citizens looked like the enemy, that they might be the enemy. And they were rounded up. American citizens born in America were rounded up and taken to camps. It was a very sad time, but done under the duress of war. A very good president made a very bad decision. And there's a lot of lessons that we should learn from that. And when the Muslim ban came about, when there was fear of terrorism, I had a similar feeling. And I actually passed an almost identical resolution back then, just a few years ago, in support of the Muslim American community in Miami, and that we condemn hate speech and all acts of hate and discrimination at that time against Muslim Americans. And I really want to thank you, Commissioner Reyes. This means a lot to me. The division in our country right now is so stark. The polarization, the anger, the heightened anger. People are walking around at red line. They're ready to snap with a trigger of anger. The most recent hate situation against an Asian American in Miami-Dade was caught on camera on a Miami-Dade County bus. It was an argument about masks. It wasn't about race, it was about masks. One person wasn't wearing the mask, and an Asian woman asked the man to put on his mask, and it escalated to a fight. And the only way he could hurt her in the most significant way was to use racial slurs. We have to be better than this. If anywhere in this country can be the beacon of an example for all of America where diversity is embraced, it is the city of Miami. So this is a very simple but very important resolution for us, and I really, really appreciate it. I have a special surprise for all of you in the coming month. It's going to be a nice celebration, and I'll keep it a surprise. But for the moment, I just want to thank you all for co-sponsoring this with me. We have a motion, we have a second. I'll open for public comment. If anyone would like to make comment on the resolution of the City Commission condemning all forms of hate directed toward Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. Is there anyone here who would like to speak on the item?
On your item?
Yes, just a minute. Oh, I got a text. This is the new one. I've been corrected. It's Executive Order 9066, not 1906. I should know my history, and if anyone could teach it to me, it's my fellow Asian American, Mr. Jose Fuentes, who also works with the
That's
city.
right, and I taught history, political science, and I taught government. And who can remember all those numbers? You see,
Well, this one is
sometimes
one
you
that's
kinda-
burned in the brain, so I'm surprised I forgot it.
Let me say this, Commissioner, and I was brought up with the idea that there is no color and there is no race, and that we are all human beings because when we cut, we all have, our blood is red.
Mr. Fuentes also sent me a message, if I could read it.
Sure.
Chairman Russell and Commissioner Reyes, as Chairman of the Southeast for U.S.-Japan Council, past Chair of the Miami-Dade Asian American Advisory Board, and on behalf of the Japanese American Citizens League, we emphatically support the resolution as an act of advocacy against hate in and as a show of support to all of its residents, including the Asian American Pacific Islanders community. As a Japanese Cuban American, today's resolution makes me proud to know that I am represented by leaders who continue to stand in support and represent the kind of diversity that makes Miami a truly exceptional city. That's from Jose Fuentes. Thank you, Jose.
Well,
I know he was
thank
here
you.
earlier, he couldn't wait.
Thank you, Jose, I'm honored to be together with my fellow commissioners. You see that one way or the other, one more than others, we all have endured discrimination, name calling, and all of that. Because I've been called, one day somebody called me, called us white boys, and I said, I've been called anything but white. F Cuban, speak, greasy, wetback. And we all have to endure that. And there's no need for it. And we have to be on the right side of history, and we have to do whatever is possible to eliminate all kinds of discrimination and bullying or attacks in any people from any race or religion or political affiliation.
Thank you. And my final comment, this is something that's been going on for a long time, but during COVID, because of the origins of this disease, Asian Americans have experienced discrimination. People don't know where to lash out. They don't know who to blame for this virus.
Yeah.
And so Asian Americans have been the brunt of this in the last
You're absolutely right.
12 months. 3,900 incidents have occurred of discrimination against Asians. 68% of them were verbal abuse, such as the one on the bus. 11% of them escalated into violence. It's a lot. It's not a small thing. I've talked with Catherine Fernandez-Rundle. Our numbers aren't that high here in Miami-Dade. Our Asian American population isn't that high in Miami-Dade, but it is significant. There are a few dozen hate crimes every year, and it's worth speaking out about. It's worth being an example for. So thank you again. Is there any further discussion before I close public comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, if you were not here this morning or saw the proceedings, Mr. Chin believes in his heart he's an American, and he dedicated his life after living through cancer, and now organically has grown a company dedicated to that issue. And his family, his son's a doctor, and has 100 operations around the country. Clearly, there's a lot of people with reasons to be mad at somebody else for something other than what they should be mad about. But there's a lot of Asian Americans who are contributors to our country, and clearly should not be attacked for no apparent reason just because of who they are and what they look like. And so clearly, I'm glad to be a part and supporter of your legislation.
Thank you. And you know, there's one last, I apologize, I don't mean to stretch this out. There's one last thing I have to say, because people think of racism as an angry, ugly, loud person.
No.
And sometimes it comes from miscommunication and fear. Less than a year ago, at the beginning of the pandemic, but before schools were shut down, I was driving my two daughters to school. One is 6 years old, one is 8 years old. They are Sansei, it's called in Japanese, third generation. My mother's Issei, first generation, I'm Nisei. They are Sansei, Japanese American. And one of them said from the back of the car, "Daddy, make sure you stay away from Chinese people. They have the virus." And I almost hit the brakes because my Japanese American daughters were afraid of Chinese people. And that was a teachable moment for not only my ability to teach them, but for me as well. This is the innocent speaking. That unless you take a conscious effort to stand against discrimination and misunderstanding, it is insidious. It can seep into our culture accidentally, even to the most innocent. So thank you again. Is there any further discussion?
No.
All in favor of the item say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. That's PI 1. All right, I should go into the settlement issue. Is there anyone here who'd like to speak to public comment on the settlement issue, please? You'll have 2 minutes at either of the lecterns. Please come on forward. I apologize you've had to wait all this long day, but I really appreciate your advocacy. Mr. Havenick, you're very welcome.
Thanks. Thank you, sir. I just want to point out some of the mischaracterizations of the settlement that were discussed this morning, and the discussions we're having, I guess, in RE4, FR2, and RE5, I think are all the things tied to the settlement. First of all, as a resident of Edgewater, Commissioner Reyes, I think where the Magic City Casino is a beautifable neighborhood.
It is a beautiful neighborhood.
And I apologize for what was said earlier.
And I think that it was insulting to all the good, hardworking residents of that area to be talked in, I think it was a demeaning way about part of my district that I know so well, that people that reside and work there, and even the businesses that are around there, they're owned by hardworking Americans that are proud to what they had achieved and are proud of their residences. They might not be mansions, but they are they keep very well, they keep their residences, and they are proud of what they have achieved.
And I can also tell you there's more fast food restaurants by where this is going than where...
Absolutely. Absolutely. I
this
mean,
morning.
you cannot compare fast food restaurant and trying to tie fast food restaurant to I don't know what. You see, second-class citizens.
Apologize as a resident of the area that someone who represents my area would say that to you.
That's right. That really was offensive to me.
Secondly, I'd like to point out...
I live close to that.
I'm sorry?
I live close to that area.
My wife will tell you I live in that area too, more than I live at home.
Mr. Clerk, could you reset the time, please, the 2 minutes?
I just want to point out all the mischaracterizations that were said this morning. First of all, there is no bill in Tallahassee. There's rumors of a gambling bill in Tallahassee, and I can tell you for 43 years that I've been on God's green earth, there have been rumors of a gambling bill in Tallahassee. There is no gambling bill in Tallahassee as of 4:45 today. So to say that there's gambling being shoved down people's throat is a lie. There's no gambling coming to the Omni, there's no gambling going to the Fontainebleau, there's no gambling going anywhere. Second of all, to characterize this project as a casino, when for 3.5 years, through the negotiation of the city attorney, the commissioners, and us, and Mr. Brayman, the only thing going on this site is poker and highlight. We have given up the rights to every casino game that you would find in a casino. And on top of that, in the version of the settlement in front of you, we have also agreed to not be open for 24 hours a day. So to say that a 24-hour Las Vegas casino is coming to Edgewater is a flat-out lie. This is a poker room and a high-life facility. It is a small space in a big development, and anyone who says otherwise is being disingenuous. But we've worked long, we've worked hard. We can agree to disagree on the ordinance that was passed in July of 2018, but we are where we are today, and we're preserving that ordinance for the future. So your ordinance, Commissioner Russell, will be in existence from then until it's, whenever. So where we are now is the rights that we believed we had, and again, agree to disagree, prior to the ordinance being passed is what the city has agreed that we could have. And, I don't need to keep belaboring the point. I'm sure you're going to have more questions as we discuss the issue, but anyone who characterizes it as a casino, a Las Vegas casino, major gambling, isn't being genuine. And on top of which, when Mr. Altabe criticized me for saying we're the largest employer of off-duty police officers outside of the city of Miami, first of all, I wear that as a badge of honor. Second of all, when he then said, look at what happened on South Beach, I guarantee you, if the largest employer of off-duty police officers was in the area of South Beach, there would have been more officers in the neighborhood, and what would have happened never would have happened. So to belittle a business for employing, protecting not only the people who work there and the customers who go there, but the police have released the statistics on the casinos that are in the city of Miami. And in every neighborhood, the crime has dropped significantly year after year after year. So all those scare tactics, those disingenuous statements, they're not true anymore. This isn't the 1940s where people are worried Al Capone and Meyer Lansky are coming into the neighborhood. You know who you're getting, you know what you're getting. We've been in business in this city since 1952, and we haven't changed. And we haven't had any issues. So I'm here. I'm sure you're going to have some questions, but that's, the lies and the fear-mongering just shouldn't be allowed. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Luder. I'm here on behalf of 1,500 families, probably 5,000 residents that live across the future location of this gambling enterprise. 10 years ago, I had the privilege to be here sharing a very interesting conversation with the mayor at that time, Mr. Tomás Regalado. He described us how the arts, the new architecture, the new developments will change a whole area of Miami that was even forbidden to be visited. That was a dream. 10 years later, we live there. It is a dream that came true. Today, we are again facing another 10 years conversation, probably. This time is about gambling and how gambling will change again, Edgewater, Midtown, and the Design District. As far as we know, casinos or gambling do not offer real long-term opportunities for growth within our community. Profit for gambling shall only trickle down to a few. And our families that came to Edgewater to make a residential community and a flourishing residential community will have to face all those things that come with gambling. And we can debate for too long about this, but there are so many things that come with gambling that are unwanted, that families shouldn't be exposed to. And we beg you here today that when you have to vote for this particular project, think with your values and think of your families. And if you have to raise your kids in a neighborhood that across the street has a gambling location, how would you feel? And probably, where do you move sooner out? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Laura. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak at public comment on this item? While we're at it, is there anyone here who would like to speak on any of the remaining pocket items that have been introduced? We have PI 2, 3, 4, and 5 remaining. Is there anyone here who would like to speak at public comment on any of those? Seeing none, I'll close
Mr.
public
Chairman,
comment.
this is Raquel Rodriguez, outside counsel. I'm not sure if you wish to hear from me during the public comment period or once you go to the agenda item.
Let's do it when we, Rocky, welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you.
I'd like to do that with the item, and I'm sure there will be questions for you, but we'll let you present the settlement from your perspective, I think would be the best way to take this up. So if there's, let me just close public comment on all remaining items on the agenda. And we will take up the item RE4 settlement, West Flagler Associates Limited. Rocky is our third-party counsel. You're very welcome. And you have the floor. There's no time limit. I think you could just help introduce this item for the commissioners, especially since we've not been able to have a shade meeting. And it's really tough for us to negotiate with you or give you guidance without that. So this is our first real opportunity to have a thorough discussion with you on the dais. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Raquel Rodriguez from the law firm of Buchanan, Ingersoll and Rooney. We have been counsel to the city since the state court challenge that was filed against the previously existing settlement agreement between the West Flagler Associates Limited and the city that sought to settle litigation that West Flagler filed against the city in 2019 in order to overturn the ordinance adopted by the city in that time to change the voting requirements in order to approve any kind of gaming establishment in Transect 6. This settlement agreement is very similar but much improved over the previous settlement agreement that the City Commission authorized a year ago. At that time, the purpose of the settlement agreement and the motivating factor of the city was to resolve the claims being brought by West Flagler challenging the ordinance on various grounds. Those grounds included constitutional challenges based on the U.S. Constitution, impairment of contract based on the Florida Constitution, state preemption, as well as common law, estoppel, and vested rights. In sum, West Flagler's claims relied on the fact that they had received zoning verification letters confirming that the entertainment establishment use that was permitted in Transit 6 included gambling. They then pursued a parimutuel permit for Summer Highlight Fronton from the state of Florida, which they obtained and had entered into a memorandum of understanding with the developer of this anticipated project in Edgewater. Shortly after West Flagler obtained its demolition permit, the commission took up the ordinance creating the exception process and requiring a 4/5 approval of any gaming establishment in this transect and implemented that as part of Miami 21.
Rocky, Ms. Rodriguez, could you clarify one thing in the timeline here? Because at this point is very crucial for me. So you said they had sought a demolition permit, and obviously it wouldn't be the tenant, it would be the landowner would have sought a demolition permit, is that correct?
Well, in the allegations and the order of dismissal in the case, it was framed as West Flagler.
Okay.
But the real crux of the West Flagler claim was the efforts that they expended in obtaining the parimutuel permit from the state of Florida.
Understood.
That was the
Understood.
primary crux of their claim.
Understood, and I think, and this is important for us to understand as a body because, you know, if we're already talking settlement, we need to first understand the strength of the initial case before we decide how ready we are to settle. And for the lack of being able to go into shade meeting, I want to find out how much confidence we have that we as a city passed an ordinance that we believe did not take any vested right from someone who already had a vested right or an established permit for that use or that property. So the only thing you mentioned before our ordinance was a demolition permit, correct? That they had gotten a demolition permit and then we passed our ordinance.
I also mentioned that they had alleged in their federal complaint that they had expended substantial resources to obtain the summer highlight permit from the state of Florida.
Yes, but even that, obtaining a permit, does not give them a vested right to a certificate of use or any building permitting that if they had not yet put in for that permitting in the city of Miami. The advice I was given at that time by both our planning and legal departments when we passed that ordinance was that it would absolutely apply to this applicant if and when they became an applicant, because their foot was not yet in the door. Yes, they had expended funds. Yes, they had sought a permit at the state. But as far as our code and our process, they were not in the door yet or under the wire to be considered grandfathered. And that's why I felt very confident in that ordinance. And so I just wanted to put that timeline on the record and get an understanding that a demolition waiver does not constitute an established vested right to a gaming room in the city of Miami. I mean, I'm correct there, right?
In general terms, however, the same points that you have made were raised by the city in its motion to dismiss in federal court. arguing that there were no vested rights. And the federal judge denied most of the motion to dismiss, granting only the portion of the motion that was addressed to the as-applied constitutional challenge. They agreed that the claim wasn't right because West Flagler had not attempted to go through the 4/5 exception process. But the judge said that based on the facial allegations of the complaint, that West Flagler claims to have relied in good faith on the zoning verification letters and had expended resources towards that end, and also had alleged that the city of Miami had singled them out and that the main reason that the ordinance was adopted was specifically directed at West Flagler. Under the case law applicable in the circuit, the judge found that if West Flagler were able to establish factually reasonable reliance on the zoning verification letters, or in the alternative, that there was a specific animus or bad faith by the city in enacting the ordinance, they could assert a vested right and separately an estoppel claim. Those were two separate counts of the complaint, which on the motion to dismiss stage, the judge said that he was not ready to dispose of them because they raised factual issues that had to be tried.
Thank you very much. Please continue. I apologize that I interrupted you earlier. So you want to finish off the presentation on the settlement and the timeline?
Yes, it's not a problem, and I appreciate the questions because it's obviously a very important decision for the city, and it's good that we all voice whatever doubts or concerns there are. So because of that ruling on the motion to dismiss, just towards the end of the discovery in the West Flagler federal litigation, West Flagler approached the city attorney's office with a settlement proposal, which was negotiated and eventually placed before this commission for consideration. And at that time, the settlement agreement called for a approval of the facility solely for purposes of Summer Highline, agreed that if West Flagler pursued a card room permit from the state, that the simple majority provisions that pre-existed the challenged ordinance would apply, and West Flagler committed never to having slot machines on the property. In exchange, at the time, West Flagler agreed that they would waive any and all claims for damages, which they could have appealed had the case gone on to final judgment, that they would waive all claims for attorney's fees, and that the parties would exchange mutual releases, and that this agreement would be binding on anyone who subsequently operated the facility, but that the benefit of the settlement only could apply to an entity in which West Flagler remained as a partner and which agreed to be bound by this agreement. After the commission vote, the mayor vetoed the resolution, and at the next scheduled city commission meeting, on advice of the city attorney, the city commission decided that it did not need to hold a vote to overturn the mayor's veto. As a result, the city manager signed the then settlement agreement, and this prompted litigation by a number of entities and individuals based in the Edgewater area. Chief among them, who was mentioned earlier before, was entities controlled by Mr. Norman Brayman, and one entity controlled by Mr. Jorge Perez of Related Group. That litigation proceeded for several months and concluded at the beginning of this year with a ruling by the state judge agreeing with the plaintiffs that the mayor had the authority to veto the settlement resolution because the judge considered that the settlement resolution that allowed West Flagler to establish its summer high life facility was within the common understanding of what was a land use decision, which is among the enumerated items in the charter over which the mayor has a veto power. Prior to that ruling, at the judge's request, the three parties, West Flagler, the Edgewater plaintiffs, who we normally call the Cuesta plaintiffs, because that was the name of the lead plaintiff, and the city had commenced a mediation in order to see if we could find common ground to resolve all of the claims. Those initial mediation discussions were untruthful, although they came to very close to agreement. And right after that, when the mediation reached an impasse, is when Judge Hansman, the state court judge, issued his summary judgment ruling. Shortly after the ruling, I reached out again to the Cuesta plaintiffs and to the West Flagler parties and inquired whether or not there was still an opportunity for us to try to find a resolution. And we began the process of seeing if we could either reach a global settlement or at least renegotiate the West Flagler settlement in a way that could be sustained and not subject to further court challenge. This is the third time that this item of the West Flagler settlement has been on the City Commission's agenda. It's been deferred previously because of opposition the first time by the Cuesta plaintiffs, the Bremen Council. And at that point, the commission directed me to go back and continue to try to work with all parties to find common ground, which we did just on the eve of the next scheduled hearing, which would have been March, I think February 26th. And at that point, we concluded two things. One was that we were not going to be able to reach the kind of global settlement that the Cuesta plaintiffs desired, which was either a referendum on the November ballot to ban all gaming, or in a contractual commitment to enact an ordinance to ban gaming in the city limits. However, during the process and the many conversations that occurred among council, taking into account the strong objections and concerns of the Cuesta plaintiffs to opening up gambling in Edgewater, through negotiation, we obtained more concessions from West Flagler in terms of the kinds of activities and gaming that would occur at the facility. So the result of that negotiation was that, number one, the West Flagler, again, seeking its highlight permit, and the card room, instead of being the decision on the card room approval being deferred to the future because of all the delays of a year since the last settlement agreement, West Flagler requested that the commission agree now in conjunction with the settlement agreement to approve a card room use under a simple majority vote as a condition of the settlement, and that in the event that the state of Florida later requires a further vote from the city commission in order to finalize a card room approval, the West Flagler parties agreed that they would have to come back to the commission, again on a simple majority vote, but that if a future commission denied the card room, that would have no effect on the binding nature of this settlement. So just to be clear, the Resolution 7845 that you're going to consider subsequently if you decide to approve the settlement agreement. If that resolution passes through first and second reading, then we have a viable an enforceable settlement. If that ordinance is not approved, then the settlement will not take effect. The third key point of the
Rocky, I'm
settlement.
sorry, could you reiterate that one point? What would cause
Yes,
the
sir.
settlement to not take effect?
Yes, approval of ordinance 8745, which is scheduled for first reading today, should you approve the settlement agreement, is a condition of the settlement agreement. So if that ordinance isn't approved, then the settlement agreement will not take effect. However,
I just need a
assuming
pause.
that-
That's the pause I need here because I have a question of legality, and I don't know if that's for you as our third-party counsel or for my city attorney with regard to an interpretation of the code. Are we allowed to conditionally approve an amendment to our code, a zoning change, in exchange for a contract, in exchange for a settlement? Is that not the very definition of contract zoning? And Rocky, I'd like to hear your opinion. I'd like to hear my city attorney's opinion.
Okay.
Not connected to this case or settlement, simply a question about what defines contract zoning and are we allowed to amend our code in exchange for a settlement or contract?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to be very clear that the city does not obligate itself to adopt any ordinance as part of the settlement. It retains the discretion not to enact the ordinance. It's not contractually committing itself to adopt the ordinance, but the adoption of the ordinance is a condition of the settlement. And I think that that's
It's a
an
distinction.
important distinction.
So if I could reiterate then, so the ordinance is not being passed as a facet of the contract, but quite the opposite. The contract only takes effect for the settlement if the ordinance is passed.
Yes, sir.
And
And if later on, the state of Florida says that the anticipatory vote approving a card room is not satisfactory under state law, and they need a second vote in the future after the first highlight match has been held, which is the condition to be able to apply for the card room.
yeah,
There is no obligation whatsoever on the future commission vote. And if that vote fails, it has absolutely no impact on the enforceability of the settlement. The
Understood.
settlement would still hold, even if a future vote failed.
I just want to make absolute sure that if we do pass a settlement and we do change our code, that it is ironclad, that no future applicant can look back on this, make an application and say, well, look at their failed process there, that change to the code is null and void, and so we get what we want now. I want to make sure that what we do stands in perpetuity and survives challenge.
Yeah, I don't think that this settlement agreement or the ordinance creates any rights in anyone else. It is primarily really a restriction, a significant restriction, as we will discuss further as part of the material terms of the settlement.
Thank you. Madam City Attorney, with no commenting on the case itself or the settlement itself, just as an interpretation of the code, what do you think of the definition of contract zoning with regard to passing an ordinance, amending the code, and linking that to a settlement agreement?
Right, so for contract zoning to take into effect, you actually have to have a rezone. You have to rezone property. The fact that uses are allowed in a particular property does not mean that you are rezoning a property.
So contract
that's the-
zoning only applies when you're changing transects or
When you're rezoning a property. Because-
rezoning
yes.
a property. Okay, so just changing our code does not. An ordinance does not.
And then the second part that you bring up, and is a very valid point, we are not changing our code. The ordinance that you passed, that you championed, is in the books. So all future properties are bound by that 4/5 ordinance. This is an uncodified ordinance that just allows this settlement. That's
Thank
it.
you. That gives me greater comfort. Both of your interpretations of that helps me understand the relationship between the settlement and the first reading ordinance that's being proposed.
Yes, the first reading ordinance is to allow limited and conditional non-conforming uses on the property and to permanently enact restrictions on other gambling uses.
Got it. Is there anything else we need to know about the settlement?
Yes, there are additional terms that are new and more favorable to the city and those that are concerned about gambling. The ban on gambling previously, as I noted, was solely a commitment not to have slots in the event that state law in the future allowed pari-mutuels, which it does, except they came too late. But if there were a change in state law that suddenly allowed them to have slots, they were giving that up forever. As a result of the three-party negotiations, West Flagler agreed also to forego forever the games of craps, roulette, and any video lottery terminals and all other forms of gaming, with one exception, which again was part of the three-party negotiations, which is if at some point the state of Florida approves sports betting, whether online or at a professional sports venue, for example, at the Miami, at the AAA Arena, or its new name, West Flagler can apply for a sports betting permit as provided in state law. And there again, we anticipated two potential ways in which this could play out depending on how the state law is worded. If the state law were to require local approval, as it does with a card room permit, then if West Flagler wants to add sports gaming, it must comply with Miami 21 and go through the exception process and obtain a 4/5 vote of the commission. If no local vote is required by state law, then, and the state says everyone holding a pari-mutuel permit is allowed to engage or offer sports betting, then under the agreement, West Flagler would have that as a right.
Thank you. What else?
Then there are also specifically negotiated, as before, size limits and capacity limits for both the highlight facility and the card room. As before, there can be no more than 100,000 square feet of exhibition space and capacity for no more than 4,000 patrons, and significant limits on off-street parking, as well as a requirement that the facility never reach the minimum standards of a regional activity complex. Further, the specific locations of the highlight facility are now more specifically and precisely defined. It does not cover the whole of the complex that was the subject of the initial pari-mutuel permit application of West Flagler, but it's limited to approximately 4 lots that have been specifically defined in the settlement agreement and in the proposed ordinance. With respect to the card room, the card room must fit within the footprint of the summer highlight facility. It may not exceed 20,000 square feet, nor a capacity of more than 500 people or less, subject to the fire code. And it may not operate for more than 16 hours a day. If I may?
Yes.
Another new term of the settlement agreement is that the landowner must sign a consent accepting all of the restrictions and conditions being imposed by the settlement agreement and the ordinance that was not a feature of the prior agreement. And the gaming prohibition, if West Flagler somehow went away tomorrow and somebody wanted to come in and try to enact gaming, that gaming prohibition is now permanent as to that location. Of course, the future commissions can change their mind, but nobody else can come in and try to claim some right of use unless it's an entity in which West Flagler remains as a partner and the entity specifically agrees to be subject to the terms of the settlement. As before, we have mutual releases. Each party bears its own attorney's fees. The city, under no circumstances, admits any liability. And the entire project, as well as the West Flagler portion of the project, must still comply with all other aspects of Miami 21 and go through the normal permitting process. And all other locations that are owned by West Flagler, such as Magic City Casino, which was referenced earlier today, should they in the future want to add other forms of gaming, West Flagler has agreed in writing that they would still be subject to the 4/5 exception process. Those are the terms of settlement, Mr. Chairman and Commission, members of the Commission.
Thank you very much. Now, the difficult thing here is that we have never been able to meet in shade as your client in unison. And your client is not one commissioner or another, it's the body. And so this body's never been able to work this out together to see which direction we should give you. So you've done a very noble effort of settling, because this is a lot of work of back and forth amongst multiple parties. And in my talks with you, I understand your goal here is not necessarily to run from a case, but rather to find the most peaceful way to resolve the situation. But in this case, we're policymakers, and I have some issue here, and I really would like to share this with my fellow commissioners. Because if we were in shade, I would have made the case from the start to fight for our ordinance, to fight for our city code. We work very hard to set our code. Why should we fold the second someone wants to challenge it instead of follow it? At the end of the day, this is an issue of math, or if to put it into gambling terms, someone's studying the odds. You know, we made an ordinance with a 4/5 bar, to bring a gaming use into a neighborhood. It doesn't mean you can't have it, it just means there's a higher bar. And I use that number specifically because any given neighborhood sits in one district, and that one commissioner answers to those residents who vote for them. And by making it for a 4/5, it makes it a little harder for that district commissioner to get outvoted by those who maybe don't represent by vote or aren't held accountable by the residents of that one neighborhood, giving those neighbors a little more strength of a higher bar. Furthermore, it caused a public process which would force that applicant seeking the gaming institution to negotiate with the neighborhood. And all of these things that you're working out might have ended up coming into that negotiation with the neighborhood on the way to that 4/5 to approve the exception for their use. However, if they just sue us instead of going through the appropriate process, they no longer need 4 votes, they just need 3 votes. And that increases their odds in this game. And so I don't want to set a precedent that we have a code that we want to defend, and if someone doesn't like it, they sue us, and that lowers the bar. Because they even have yet to apply for that process. We have offered that, and they promised that they would. To my understanding from our departments, they have not applied for that exception. We created a path for them. We did not bar them from this. And so it actually offends me that we're dealing with a settlement at this point instead of defending our code. And the only reason I would accept a settlement is if my counsel told me we have a very weak case, that we actually did take away a vested right. And I have not heard that yet. I have not heard that we cannot win this case and that we should not defend our code, because I have been hearing from my residents like crazy. They are proud of this piece of legislation, and it is offensive that we would settle for the greater good of another part of the city or beyond in amending our code with regard to gambling, but this neighborhood would not have the rights afforded to them under this ordinance, the original ordinance, to have a public hearing, to have a 4/5 vote. All of that's being taken away from them in this settlement for that neighborhood. And that's why that neighborhood has become so vocal, and that's the neighborhood that I represent. I also represent the business owners who want to work in this city. I do not have a moral opposition to gaming. I've said this almost at every hearing. And if you were to work with the neighborhood and they were to be in support of what you're trying to do, you'd have another vote out of me. So that process exists. You're not following the process. There is a lawsuit. I don't know why we can't meet in shade.
May I make one point, Mr.
I absolutely will recognize you in just a moment, Mr. Havenick, but I just want to make my case to my fellow commissioners for my position and my hope here for today. Because I really believe that we should deny the settlement, and what we do beyond that, I'd also like to discuss, because the issue of where the state may or may not go on gaming is something we should consider. If the portability of licenses is approved, we could be looking at a much larger intent of gaming than you, our current gaming institution in the city of Miami, whom we respect. We could be dealing with much larger players coming into the Genting property and elsewhere, and I think we need to set the tone for what we want in our city with regard to gaming. And that's why I was actually not in favor of withdrawing the RE5, which was a resolution directing the administration to come back with a complete moratorium on gaming. This whole settlement concept has taken me to that. I'm now in favor of RE5. I maybe wasn't before, but I really believe we need to put our foot down if we believe that gaming does not have a place in the city of Miami beyond what is here already, and that no matter what the state changes, we need to shore ourselves up against preemption by getting our foot in the door and grandfathering our ordinances. I would be in favor of RE5. Now, RE5 isn't the actual ordinance. It's simply directing the management to come back with an ordinance that we can consider. And if it's going to be completely preempted or subject to challenge, I wouldn't vote for it. But my opinion here is that we should not settle, and that we should have our eyes wide open with regard to gaming at the state level and how it can affect us here locally. So that's pretty much my piece on this issue. Rocky, I do very much appreciate the work you're doing, because I see that you are bringing folks closer to two sides of a table. I just don't know if we need to. I really believe we have a strong case and that we should defend our ordinance. And beyond that, I do not think our financial exposure of losing is very great at all. I don't believe that we are liable for damages. I believe we have attorney's costs, and if anything, they should be coming after us for the cost they incurred for trying to obtain a permit if they feel that our zoning verification letter gave them the assurance they should do so. But they do not have a vested right to a permit in the city of Miami. That's my opinion. I could be wrong, and a judge would decide, but from the interpretations from our planning department, my legal department, when we pass that ordinance, it does apply to them. And I think we should take it a little further in the court. And if we feel weakness, if we feel we're at risk, and there's a very high potential burden of exposure of financial loss, then yes, let's talk about settlement then. But I feel like we're just talking about settlement right out the gate, and that means we're not defending our code. So that's my position. I welcome your comments, Mr. Havenick. I'm sure everyone wants to hear from you, and they probably have opinions that may differ from mine. So I think that's what we're here for. This is our shade meeting in the sunshine.
First,
so Mr. Havenick, you're
Firstly, Commissioner, I resent that you look at me and say business owner in the district. I was a resident of the district when you knocked on my door and asked for my vote at Halloween in Bay Point. We have discussed that ad nauseum. Before you were elected, I lived in the district prior to Commissioner Sarnoff being the commissioner of that district. So I resent that you don't treat me like a resident. That's a little offensive, because I am a resident of the district.
I didn't mean to imply that you're not a resident. I was actually giving credibility to your business as a viable business in the city of Miami that we should respect.
So
yes, you are a resident as well.
And I also know that you have gotten a ton of, from the BNA, a ton of, their group has written the negative letters. You have neglected to acknowledge the positive letters that have come in. And being a resident of the district, I could tell you, it's not all negative. There are a ton of people who live in the neighborhood who continually say, I can't believe you're not open yet. And why is this still going on? So to just highlight the negative is not fair. Secondly, I reached out to your office the Friday after the commission meeting where you chose to defer it before Commissioner Watson's got ill, to ask for the path on how to come and have my 4/5 vote. It's been 2 months. I still haven't gotten a call back. You asked me to reach out. I reached out. So it's a little unfair to say that there was a path if you haven't called me back to tell me what the path is. Because the ordinance, the one problem in Miami 21 is there's an exception process for a building, but there's not an exception process for a use. And that's what I was calling you to discuss. And you never called me back to discuss that. So there really wasn't a path created because you and I never had the conversation. So it's a little unfair to say we didn't do it. I picked up the phone and I called you exactly like I said I would at 9:05 the Friday morning after, because I know, you can't call before 9. So it's not fair to say I didn't make the effort. I made the effort.
Mr. Havenick?
Yes, sir.
I am not the department to which you apply. Mr. Ihikwaba?
Nope.
Did we not prepare a meeting for Mr. Havenick's group to actually apply for the process for the exception that they did not show up to?
I believe we did.
It's not my office that you apply to. I'm happy to give advice, but you can't say I'm the gatekeeper to your application.
You said from that thing you were going to coach me through it. You would tell me how to do it. You would give me the knowledge.
Mr. Chairman, is this a one-to-one debate here, or a one-on-one debate, or is it?
Everyone on this dais is very, very welcome to opine. I've given my opinion. Mr. Havenick would like to retort, and I will open it up. Absolutely.
Can I say a word?
Me too, whenever you have a chance.
I don't know. I thought there had been a settlement. Did I miss something when I went to the restroom?
That's the point. That's the point.
I thought there had been a settlement. What happened here?
Okay.
That's my point.
So
If you don't like the settlement, Mr. Chairman, just say so, but there's a settlement.
But why are we at settlement? None of
no,
us.
no, let's vote on it. Let's vote on it.
This
Let's
body
vote on it.
never directed our council to go get a settlement. And my case is that
That's
we
not
should-
true. That's
Commissioner
not true.
Russell,
That is not true.
You specifically
That is
and the
not true.
commissioners directed us
Yes.
to work with Mr. Bremen and work with the city and come back here with a settlement,
Hold
which
on.
we did.
Yes, you did.
At least that's what I understood that was going on.
That was my understanding too.
That was my understanding.
If you don't like the settlement, Mr. Chair, then you don't like the settlement. Vote against it. But that we directed them clearly, because I've been here during the whole debate, we all have been, that there was a direction, a clear direction to reach a settlement. And they're coming back with that. You don't like it, vote against it.
You're in favor of the settlement?
I mean, yes, sir, I am in favor of the settlement.
Okay, now, Raquel, is Mr. Bremen in favor of the settlement?
Yes, Mr. Commissioner, he sent a letter to the commission prior to the March 11th meeting saying that he was satisfied with the terms, and I have kept them abreast of all of the provisions that have been added to the settlement and to the proposed ordinance, and his counsel expressed satisfaction with everything that we had done.
That's why it's called a settlement, right?
If everybody is dressing up as Barney, why do you want to dress up as Billy?
Yeah. Yeah. That's why it's called a settlement. A settlement means an agreement.
Because we have a code that we should defend. We should not be settling in this situation
Listen,
unless we violated our own code, and I don't believe we did.
I move that we approve the settlement.
There's been a motion. Is there a second?
I second it.
Seconded by Commissioner Reyes.
And then let's vote, and then whoever is in favor, vote yes, and whoever is against, vote no. But we have been going back and forth and this back and forth. We order, because we didn't request it, we ordered Mr. Havenick and to go and sit down with Mr. Bremen because he was the main objector. And they did. They came back to us. They went back and forth the last time. We talked about it all the time and all of this. We cannot keep on postponing this. Either we vote against or we vote in favor. That's it.
All right.
Commissioner Watson, have you opined in this? Or?
Well, I mean, other than, sorry. Talk loud. Other than the fact that we got a confusing sort of memo from the attorney. I think where we are now is that if you're for the settlement, then you got to be for the ban.
Got to be for the what?
For the ban.
No.
Well, that's not, you were not here, so that's not accurate. If but the condition of the settlement, and explain it if I'm wrong, the condition of the settlement is that without the ban, then the settlement is not effective from what was explained. So tell us again, please.
Yes, there's two different aspects. The ban, which is RE5, that was a language that had been worked out with the Bremen plaintiffs previously that they no longer are insisting on, by the way. They are relying on the good faith of the city to continue to move forward, but it's not a condition. A complete ban on gaming in the city is not a condition of the settlement. The condition of the settlement is the ordinance that will be on first reading today, FR2, which permanently bans all other forms of gaming on the property where West Flagler is going to have, it would like to have its summer highlight facility, other than the highlight, the card room, and potentially sports betting. But everything else at that location in Edgewater is off the table and permanently banned if the ordinance that implements the settlement agreement is adopted.
So let me restate again. We approved the settlement. They're allowed to do card table and summer highlight, right?
Yes.
Right?
Yes, sir, and sports gaming if ever it comes.
Right. And then the ban kicks in, not allowing anything else.
The permanent restriction on this property would not allow anything else.
Right.
If you adopt a citywide ban later, this would be grandfathered in as would other existing uses.
And then you're saying then the other side that it has accepted that the ban is not conditioned with the settlement.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, recognized.
May I clarify this?
Yes.
Commissioner Watson, what we are voting is on allowing the card game highlight and potential sport betting. The ban is a different thing that it was requested, but it is not anymore conditioning the settlement. So we can vote for the settlement and we can ignore the ban, because I'm not in favor of the ban. Okay.
I'm sorry, what about the ban?
I am not in favor of the ban. I'm not in favor of anybody, any group or anything to say that you have to do this, city. You see, in order for me to accept what you're doing. You see, I think that we are the ones that place the conditions, because we are the legislative body. And I'm glad that it's not a condition anymore. You see, the condition, the ban is within that property, that they cannot have any other type of gaming, but the one that's been specified. Am I right, Rocky?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's what we're voting on, okay? So I think we have we have thrown this back and forth. It might as well hold the roll, man. Everybody here has heard this 100 times. Hold the roll.
So, and just for the record, I've received 183 emails on this in the last couple of weeks, and the vast majority of it, almost every single one, is against. And these are my residents. These are the ones that vote for me, and I was trying to honor the ordinance. I just think we're caving a little too soon on a case that we haven't really fought.
Okay.
And so we should defend our ordinances. But I can clearly count, and so we will call the roll in. So there is a motion and a second to approve the settlement RE3. And Mr. Min, is there any particular order?
Sorry, Chair, RE4.
Thank you, RE4. The FR item, does that need to be passed in conjunction with, before, after, does it matter?
As long as it passes together, they both pass today.
All right, let's pass RE4 4 if the votes are there. There's a motion, there's a second. Is there any further discussion on the dais?
No, sir.
Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Count the chair as no. Motion passes
Todd,
4-1.
I was aye.
You were a yes.
Right.
Correct. 4-1, motion passes. Is there a motion on FR2? Amend the code to authorize limited gaming.
I would.
Not a code amendment. It's a conditional approval of certain uses and permanent restrictions on others. It's not a code amendment.
Look,
It's in our agenda with a title stating as amend code, authorize limited gaming.
It is an uncodified ordinance.
It is
Uncodified.
It's uncodified ordinance.
okay, what I personally would like to do, since FR2 was not part of the settlement.
It is part of the settlement.
It's not part of the settlement. Is it?
Mr. Min, is FR2 part of the settlement or not part of the settlement?
FR2 is part of the settlement.
But may I clarify, point of clarification? It is part of the settlement for this particular locale, or only for this place only.
Correct.
That's right. But,
Just for us.
well, okay, but it says here, it says FR2 reads, authorized limited gambling. It's limited to this building that you have.
And limited to the 2 games we're asking for.
Limited to the 2 games and that you have now. Okay? If that is the case, I'll move it.
FR2 is moved by Commissioner Reyes, seconded by Commissioner Carollo. Barnaby, would you read it into the record, please?
Yes, it's an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments pursuant to a proposed settlement agreement attached and incorporated as Exhibit 1, conditionally authorizing limited gambling uses at the real property described as Lot 4, Block 4, the Elwood Court subdivision, recorded at Plat Book 9, page 181 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida, and Track C of the Executive Plaza subdivision, recorded at Plat Book 121, page 87 of the Public Records of the county, is more particularly described in Composite Exhibit A of the settlement agreement, attached and incorporated, upon meeting certain conditions and imposing permanent prohibitions on all other forms of gambling at the property as a condition of allowing the specified gambling uses, all of which shall take effect only if West Flagler Associates Limited has entered into the settlement agreement with the City of Miami as approved by the City Commission in a form acceptable to outside counsel and fulfilled all terms and conditions of such settlement agreement. Conditionally approving a card room at the property to take effect once West Flagler has obtained a card room permit for the property from the State of Florida's Division of Parimutuel Wagering. Such card room to be contained within the total summer highlight facility footprint, size, and design parameters as provided in the settlement agreement, and such card room for further not to exceed 20,000 square feet of the summer highlight facility, or maximum capacity of 500 persons, subject to applicable fire safety codes, and shall not operate for more than 16 hours per day, and permanently banning all other forms of gambling at the property except as specifically provided herein, contain a severability clause and providing for an effective date. I believe there was a substitution that was distributed earlier in the week.
Is that noted into the record?
Yes, sir. It's already been, Mr. Hannon already has it.
Thank you very much. Is there any further discussion on the dais? All right, hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Note the chair is no. Motion passes. Congratulations, Mr. Havenick. I don't think I would, it seems I would not have had the 4/5 anyway. So the outcome would have been the same.
Well, thank you all very much, and hopefully April 8th will be the last time you all see me for a little bit.
We still have to go to PZAB and to have a vote on the second reading of the ordinance.
We're gonna miss you.
I'm sorry?
We're gonna miss him.
Thank you.
I'm sure you and I will have a reason to see each other again soon, sir.
Hey, come back.
Thank you all very
Come
much.
back and visit so that we saw our customers.
Come have some coffee.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you for your work as well, Rocky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. I appreciate the opportunity to serve the city and to work with all of you in the city attorney's office.
Can I call you Rocky?
Yes, sir.
Good job. Excellent job. Thank you very much. And take care of the hosers, right?
Mr. Chair, before Ms. Rodriguez leaves, she does have to come back for second reading.
She did mention that.
Okay, so
we will see her again.
Will that be on April 8th? Because we have to send out notices.
Yes, sir.
April
April
8th.
8th.
Thank you.
April Fools, you gotta come back.
Hey, listen, we were joking, man, and we didn't pass anything.
Thank you. Is there a motion on RE5, direction to the city manager to implement a ban on gambling? Is there a motion on RE5? And this would be...
would respectfully request that we defer RE5. I'd like to have some further discussions on this, so
I request that we withdraw, because as I stated before, I am against anybody imposing us on or dictating what we have to do. We have to have a ban on it. Can you just think for a minute? If a temperance movement comes along and they are totally against liquor, and they said, okay, we want to pass a ban that you're not going to open no more bars in Miami, or you're going to close the bars. You see, that's not the way to do it. That somebody, because it has power or whatever it is, that will impose those, a legislation that is going to affect the whole city. You see, I mean that if we want to impose, to adopt any type of regulation or something, let the voters, but not like.
So, Commissioner, if I could give you a counterpoint, what about someone else telling us what we can or cannot do, and that gaming is forced upon us without our ability?
I don't think this is the case, yeah, and that's why I'm not in favor of this.
I'm with Commissioner Carollo that maybe some further research is
Okay,
needed. There is a motion on the
I
floor.
go as far as that. Listen, I don't want to start an argument with this.
No, not at all.
Let's defer it, and my position is not going to change.
I agree with you.
My
You're on side
position,
with Commissioner Reyes.
my position is not going to change. And it's not because it is gaming or, I don't gamble. You see, I don't gamble, and I think it is hypocritical to try to ban gambling in Miami when we have lottery, which is the one that affects the poor people the most. If I were going to ban some gambling, I will ban lottery, which has been a total disaster. Total lottery has been a total, how might I call it?
When is the second reading of this ordinance coming back?
So, the FR2?
April 8th?
April 8th.
April 8th? Okay, so I make a resolution that we bring back RE5 for the second meeting of April.
There's a motion,
This
seconded by
way,
the chair.
Easy, you come back a couple of times. to
Second.
see us. Yeah,
You're saying April 8th or the following one?
the following.
Okay,
Yeah,
that would be
so
April
now he gets to come back twice.
So there's a motion and a second to defer RE5 to April 22nd. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much. I'd like to move to the CA agenda. Is there a motion for the CA agenda?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Reyes,
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Carollo. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. That's CA 1, 2, and 3. The PH agenda, we have
Did,
3. Yes, sir.
the incoming police chief approve of CA1?
Mr. Manager?
I'm not aware that he even knows about it, to be honest with you. Because this was approved over a year ago.
Yes.
This is the selection of the procurement.
Yes,
This item was approved in
The
budget of the
rifles,
year.
is it the rifles?
yes, the rifles. I never received, I would like some information, and we voted for it, but still I'm waiting for information and a justification for purchasing, because I'm going to be very candid. Every time that we turn around, we witness the police buying some toys, and the fire department buys some toys. We got to stop that. There's got to be a point that we said, okay, you have to justify what you want. Why? Not because, everybody has it. It's a beautiful, beautiful weapon, but not because they're pretty and how useful. What's the difference? What is the efficiency that we are gaining by using this? And could you please direct your police department to come and enlighten me on this, so maybe I change my mind for future purchases?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. PH 1 and 5 are 4/5. Is there a motion for PH 1 and 5?
Did we vote on it yet?
Hold on.
On the CI items, yes, we did vote.
Did? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay, we're at PH1.
Yes.
make a motion to approve a 5-year lease extension with a 5-year renewal.
There's been a motion to approve with an amendment changing the lease term from 5 years plus a 5-year
Yes,
renewal.
I could second that, but
Seconded by Commissioner Reyes.
I will add that they will have an additional 5 years, come to the commission before they have to have any extension, they can come to the commission and we decide if we.
At which point? After the initial 5 years or the
After the
second
second
5?
5 years.
After the second 5 years, they
Yes.
could come back to the commission for a further extension.
For further extension.
Madam City Attorney and Real Estate Asset Management Department, any issues with that?
Legally, no, sir. It is.
Thank you.
So it's Mark Burns, lease manager with the Department of Real Estate and Asset Management. I don't have any issues with that, no, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner Diaz-Portillo, you are recognized.
So it's a 10-year lease, 5 and 5.
Yes.
How much a year?
It's $600 a year.
$600.
Yes, sir.
A year.
I'm sorry?
A year.
A year, yes, sir.
And then is the amendment add an additional 5 years to that?
No.
So it's just 5, 5, and an additional 5?
5, 5, and then come back to the commission for any other extensions.
Okay.
Any other extension?
Yes. There's been a motion, there's been a second. Is there any further discussion on the dais? This is a 4/5. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes as amended. Thank you very much.
Chair, was that only for PH1? or
Yes, that is just PH1, Mr. Clerk.
Understood.
PH2 and 3. This is let's take it up. PH2, please. This is the Micro Enterprise Assistance Program, Small Business Emergency Loan. Is there a motion on this one?
Move.
Moved by
Second.
Commissioner Arroyo, seconded by Commissioner Watson. Any further discussion on the dais? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. PH3, Brownfield Area Designation Request.
Move.
Moved by Commissioner Carollo, seconded by Commissioner Reyes. I just had a question for the administration with regard to brownfield designation, and if that places any stain on the title of surrounding properties within a certain radius under DERM regulations.
Anthony Barsna, Assistant Director, Department of Real Estate Asset Management. I don't believe so.
Don't think so, or?
From what I understand, I don't believe so. No, sir.
Okay, I just want to make sure that
just this
if we
property.
declare this park and the fire station as a brownfield
Brownfield.
zone, that it doesn't have a negative effect on the surrounding residents' property values.
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you. There's been a motion, there's been a second. Is there any further discussion on the dais?
Yes.
Yes.
Let me ask you a question regarding some of these details. In what's this, page 8, under proposed parties?
Could you speak into the mic, please?
I'm sorry, it's the public benefits agreement. Sorry about that. Can't do both at the same time. The public benefits agreement, in the proposed changes, it says mutual agreement of the parties. Which parties are we talking about? Us and them?
Oh, so the developer is actually seeking tax credits, which is the term included in the public benefits agreement.
So any changes, when it says written mutual agreement of the parties, those parties is the city and the developer?
I can't hear you, sir. I'm sorry.
Go to page 8 and what's called section 11. Section 10, construction new fire station, parcel and mixed-use project in exchange of properties. Right? If you go down, you go to page 8, section C. It says proposed changes. In that section, it talks about, from time to time, written mutual agreement of the parties. Which parties are they talking about?
He doesn't have it.
Well, he doesn't have that. I'm asking questions to a ghost.
My apologies, sir. I don't have the public.
Section 12, public benefits. Subject to the city's payment and performance of its obligations. What obligations do we have?
Sir, I honestly do not have the backup on me. My apologies. What I do have is the resolution will allow to designate Fire Station 4 in Southside Park as sites of brownfield due to the fact that there is an actual contamination of the properties as well as significant perception of contamination. And I said that the developer is seeking tax credits, which is a term included in the public benefits agreement.
What I'm asking you has nothing to do with tax credits. I want to know what obligations do we have if we're now supposed to be getting something? It says, Section 12, public benefits. What obligations do we have?
So this has required and will continue to require the developer to incur significant time and expense for technical engineering and legal consultants in order to properly conduct environmental assessment and remediation if necessary. The designation has thus become the key part of the project's ultimate viability, and by engaging the developer to access certain regularity and economic incentives to mitigate and manage the risk and expense associated, discovery of the contamination necessary to the response.
Public benefits.
Commissioner, if you would like to defer this for the next meeting, I have no problem.
And I can try to assist, Mr. Chairman. I believe what the commissioner is looking at is the previous public benefits agreement that has already been executed, approved by the commission. That is not for consideration today. What's being considered today is solely whether or not the property should be designated as a Brownsfield. So the public benefits agreement that you're looking at is basically backup information, since it's related to the project and how we got here.
I don't know why we needed that in there, so it could make it confusing. But, you know, it's two different things.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it was passed, the public benefits agreement, which is interesting. This just says we have obligations. It's just surprising that you wouldn't know what those obligations are. It also says these guys have to give us some money, except it gives a clause where they weasel out of it, giving us money, 30-some million dollars. So I didn't put this in this book, so I'm just asking because it sounds like we're getting something, except we're not. So I apologize.
Not for the brownfield. We're getting it once permits are issued.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
But again, if for any reason you want to delay it a little longer, there's no problem.
Can we roll it over to the next meeting?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that.
From what I heard, the obligation is to convey the air rights to them, so.
Yeah, we'll roll it over to the next meeting. Then we'll figure it out.
Thank you. There's a
next
motion by Commissioner Watson to defer PH3 to April 8th, seconded by Commissioner Reyes. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes on PH3. Next is PH5, also a 4/5. These are the API funds from District 2 for rebuilding together in the West Grove. Is there a motion, please? Moved by Commissioner Diaz-Levortia, seconded by the chair. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much. RE1, 2021 municipal election dates. Is there a motion? Moved by Commissioner Diaz-Levortia. Commissioner Reyes, is that a second?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Any
Chair,
further discussion?
I simply need to request a floor amendment to include the following resolution number, R-21-0120.
Okay.
Noted. Thank you very much. Any further discussion? All in
Well,
favor say,
Hold on. What happens if we don't approve this?
There's no.
then there's no elections and you stay forever.
I move that we don't approve this ever.
I think Commissioner Carollo found a loophole.
Move.
All right, there's a mover, there's a seconder. All in favor of the item say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes on RE1. Now we're in the second reading amendments. Mr. City Attorney, if you could please read these all into the record, SR1 through SR5.
Yes, sir. SR1 is an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 20 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Flood Damage Prevention, more particularly by amending Sections 20-1, titled Definitions, Section 20-3, titled Development in either special flood hazard areas or non-special flood hazard areas, and Section 20-4, titled Development within special flood hazard areas, to codify the North American Vertical Datum of 1988 as the applicable vertical datum for the purpose of administering the City of Miami's flood damage prevention regulations. Further amending Chapter 29 of the City Code titled Landfills and Waterfront Improvements, more particularly by amending Section 29-81 titled Definitions, Section 29-82 titled Purpose of Article, Section 29-83 titled Permits for Waterfront Improvements Required, Section 29-84 titled Same Application, Section 29-89 titled Design, Section 29-91 titled Construction, Section 29-92 titled Materials, Section 29-93 titled Review of Plans, Duty Inspects, Section 29-94 titled Procedure for Inspections, and Section 29-95 titled Maintenance to establish new standards for the construction, reconstruction, and repair of seawalls and bulkheads, establishing a new minimum height of 6 feet NAVD 88 for new and reconstructed seawalls and bulkheads citywide, except for those properties fronting the Miami River and its tributaries, establishing a new minimum height of 4 feet NAVD 88 for new and reconstructed seawalls and bulkheads for those properties fronting the Miami River and its tributaries, providing for a variance procedure for such elevation requirement, providing for a definition and permitting construction of living shorelines, imposing a duty on private property owners to maintain seawalls and bulkheads in good repair and to prevent tidal waters from flowing over or through substandard damaged seawalls or bulkheads to adjacent properties in public rights of way, providing for enhanced penalties for property owners that fail to do the same, providing for a waiver of fees for reconstruction of substandard or damaged seawalls upon furnishing of proof of financial hardship, providing for complete mitigation of code compliance fines for property owners with substandard damaged walls or bulkheads found to be in violation that undertake steps to correct those violations within the time frame found herein, creating a new substantial repair threshold that provides for seawalls and bulkheads to be reconstructed to present specifications promulgated by the Department of Resilience and Public Works under certain qualifying circumstances, modifying the minimum requirements and information required for permits in connection with the construction, repair, and reconstruction of seawalls and bulkheads, provided for the complete mitigation of fines for violations related to the disrepair of such improvements upon adherence to certain prescribed timeframes. Further amending Chapter 54, Section 54-46 of the City Codes, titled Streets and Sidewalks, Agreement and Bond as to paving and other improvements by a person submitting plats, replats, etc., to Commission to establish a new minimum height for new and reconstructed seawalls and bulkheads for applicable properties submitted to cities' existing planning process containing a subverted clause, providing for immediate effective date. SR2 is an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 62 of the City Code, the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, is amended, titled Planning and Zoning, more particularly by amending Article 2, Section 62-12 of the City Code, titled Comprehensive Planning, Fee of Inspections and Examinations of Plans for Compliance with the provisions of the City Zoning Ordinance and Miscellaneous Zoning Fees. And Article 6, Section 62-22 of the City Code, titled Zoning and Planning, Fees, Schedule of Fees, to provide a comprehensive update to the planning zoning fees containing a severance clause providing for an effective date. SR3 is an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending Chapter 50, Article 2, Division 1 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, is amended, titled Ships, Vessels, and Waterways, Operations of Vessels, generally by adding a new Section 50-43, titled Operation of Vessels, Boats, and Other Watercraft in marked motorized vessel exclusion zones in the Dinner Key North Moorinfield area, to establish a vessel exclusion zone in the waters of the Dinner Key North Moorinfield to provide safe areas for use by vessels under sail or shallow draft vessels operating electric engines only, authorizing the city manager to undertake and execute the necessary applications with the various agencies of the United States of America, the state of Florida, and Miami-Dade County to establish the proposed restricted area containing a severance clause providing for an effective date. SR4 is an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 10, Article 9, titled Buildings Fence Requirements for Overtone, to change the title, remove Overtone, and replace with the Miami City Commission District 5, to extend the requirements to all of City Commission District 5, and to provide for an extension of the sunset provision, containing a severance clause and providing for immediate effective date. SR6 is an ordinance of the SR5 is an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 62, Article 14 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, is amended, titled Planning and Zoning, Public Benefits Trust Fund, more particularly by establishing a new Section 62-647 of the City Code, titled NRD2, Public Benefits Trust Fund Intent, Section 62-648 of the Code of the City Code, titled Established, and Section 62-649 of the City Code, titled Financial Report, containing a severance requirement providing for an effective date. That's SRs.
If you wouldn't mind reading PZs 1, 2, and 3 as well, please.
I think we have 2 votes over there in Commission District 4, or 3 votes.
Stacking the votes.
You want to introduce them, Commissioner? You have to introduce them, right?
Reinforcement.
You have to introduce them. Please.
Huh?
Can you introduce them?
Oh, yes, these are my 2 grandsons. I have here Matthew and Daniel. You see. They just came to visit. ¿Cómo yo me llamo? ¿Cómo yo me llamo? Say.
Welcome to our circus.
That's great.
They're gorgeous, Commissioner.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Drop dead gorgeous.
PZ 1, 2, and 3.
Would you like the FRs too, or just the PZs?
I'm sorry?
Would you like?
No, just the ones with regard to that subject. PZ 1, 2, and 3 are attached to SR 5.
Yes, sir. PZ1 is an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending ordinance number 10544, the Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan of the City of Miami, Florida, is amended pursuant to an expedited state review process established by Section 163.3184, subsection 3 Florida statutes, by changing the future land use destination of approximately 87.646 acres of real properties located between I-195 on the north, I-95 on the west, Northwest 29th Street on the south, and North Miami Avenue on the east, Miami, Florida, from duplex residential to high-density multifamily residential, and restricted to commercial, from low-density restricted commercial to restricted commercial, from medium-density multifamily residential to high-density multifamily residential, restricted commercial and general commercial, from medium-density restricted commercial to restricted commercial and general commercial, from restricted commercial to general commercial, and from major institutional public facilities, transportation, and utilities to general commercial, making findings, directing transmittals to affected agencies, containing a severity clause, and providing for an effective date. PZ2 is an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending the zoning atlas of ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, is amended by changing the zoning classification of approximately 91.57 acres of real properties located between Interstate 195 on the north, Interstate 95 on the west, Northwest 29th Street on the south, North Miami Avenue on the east, Miami, Florida, from T3O, Suburban Transit Zone Open, to T4R, Urban Core Transit Zone Restricted, and T4L, General Urban Transit Zone Limited, from T4R, General Urban Transit Zone Restricted, to T5L, Urban Center Transit Zone Limited, and T50, Urban Center Transit Zone Open, from T4L, General Urban Transit Zone Limited, to T4R, General Urban Transit Zone Restricted, T5L, Urban Center Transit Zone Limited, and T50, Urban Center Transit Zone Open, from T40, General Urban Transit Zone Open, to T5L, Urban Center Transit Zone Limited, from T50, Urban Center Transit Zone Open, to T680, Urban Core Transit Zone Open, and from CI Civic Institutional Transit Zone to T50, Urban Center Transit Zone Open, and T680, Urban Core Transit Zone Open, all as more particularly described in Exhibit 8, attached and incorporated, making findings containing a severity clause, and providing for an effective date. PZ3 is an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, is amended pursuant to Article 3, Section 3.12.3 of the Miami 21 Code by rezoning certain parcels of approximately 141.58 acres for the creation of the Wynwood Norte Neighborhood Revitalization District by changing the zoning classification of the acreage described herein of real properties located between Interstate 195 on the north, Interstate 95 on the west, Northwest 29th Street on the south, North Miami Avenue on the east, Miami, Florida, is more particularly described in Exhibit A, attached and incorporated, modifying the transit zone regulations that are applicable to the subject parcels, is more particularly described in Exhibit B, attached and incorporated, making findings of fact, stating conclusions of law, providing for a binding effect, containing a severity clause, and providing for an effective date. And I believe one of the PZ items has to be amended.
PZ3 needs an amendment to change the words, the Wynwood Norte Parking Trust Fund to the applicable Parking Trust Fund in order for any changes that may happen later to SR6. So if the mover and seconder, if that happens, accept that amendment, that'll be noted. It's PZ3. PZ6, I'm sorry. So the items I am looking for a motion on are the remaining SR agenda, which is SR 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that would be the Wynwood Norte parts, as well as the Dinner Key North Mooring Field, zoning and planning fees, and the seawall ordinance, which has been amended. And then also PZ 1, 2, and 3, which also relate to Wynwood Norte. Is there a motion?
So move.
Moved by Commissioner Reyes, seconded by Commissioner Watson. Is there any further discussion?
Chair?
Yes, sir.
I believe SR2 needs to be amended.
SR
2.
2, zoning and planning fees. What's the amendment, Mr. Clerk?
I have a memo here dated March 22nd, 2021. Agenda is being substituted, this agenda item is being substituted with the attached. The substantive change is to section 62-648 subsection E, which clarifies that the NRD 2 trust fund shall be allocated towards existing and new housing on an annual basis.
Thank you very much. Does the mover and seconder accept that amendment? Yes. All right, and on SR1, does this legislation capture all of the negotiations and changes with the Miami River Commission?
Commissioner Alan Dodd, Director for Resilience and Public Works. Yes, it does, and we have letters from them confirming that they
Mr.
fully support
Bibeau
it.
called in this morning as well. Thank you, Commissioner.
And that's 4 feet NAVD, right, 4 feet for the Miami River.
4 feet NAVD, yes, Commissioner.
Okay.
Thank you. This is a big accomplishment. Thank you very much. All right, is there any further discussion or amendments? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes on the remaining SR agenda, SR 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, as well as PZ 1, 2, and 3. Congratulations to Wynwood Norte as well. Thank you very much. We are moving on. Let's see where we are. FR items, first reading items. We have a Chapter 35 amendment on parking lots and we have a Chapter 18 amendment on economic stimulus awards. Is there a motion on FR1 and FR3?
The motion.
Moved by Commissioner Carrillo, seconded by Commissioner Reyes. Barney, would you read into the record, please?
Thank you. FR1 is an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 35, Article 8, Section 35-292 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida as amended, titled Motor Vehicles and Traffic, Private Parking Lots, issuance of private parking violations prohibited, to make the regulations consistent with Section 21-46 of the Code of Miami-Dade County, containing a several clause and providing for an effective date. SR3 is an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 18, Article 3, Section 18-117 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida as amended, titled Finance, City of Miami Procurement Ordinance, Economic Stimulus Awards and Agreements, by making certain clarifications and modifications and facilitating the expediting of the capital projects that would be listed on Attachment A, referenced in this section as amended from time to time and approved by City Commission, containing a several clause and providing for an immediate effective date.
Thank you. We have a motion, we have a second. Is there any further discussion on FR1 and FR3? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes on FR1 and FR3. BU1, this is the status of the 21-22 proposed budgets. Mr. Casamayor.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Fernando Casamayor, Assistant City Manager, CFO. All of you have received the budget report that was sent out yesterday. Hopefully you've had an opportunity to look at it. But overall, at this time, we're projecting a general fund surplus of $15.5 million and a deficit of $47 million in the building reserve fund. That's as a result of transferring $45 million that we did a couple months ago into a capital project for a building facility. Overall, we anticipate approximately a $31.8 million overall deficit at the end of the year. Just a few notes on the revenue side. We are trending about the same on the collection side as we were last year at this time. On the property tax side, we are seeing almost a 1% reduction in the collection rates, which could be a variety of things, but my friends at the tax collector, I'm speaking to them constantly to make sure that these are not any collection trends that would affect our largest revenue source, which is property taxes. Some other revenues that we're looking at, obviously, as a result of COVID, some of our charges for services are down, particularly in the fire rescue department and the police department, our real estate asset management department as well. Our communication service tax from the state of Florida is also trending downward, as is our parking surcharge and our interest earnings amount. However, on the expenditure side, we are doing particularly well. Our projected expenditures are expected to be lower than budgeted by about $28.5 million. And we will continue to monitor a couple of departments that we are seeing going over budget. In particular, we have the IT department as a result of a labor settlement, about $800,000, and about $1.3 million in real estate and asset management as a result of additional security in the marinas, Olympia Theater, and some repairs at the James L. Knight Center. Of course, this doesn't include any changes in our internal service funds, meaning if we have any rash of healthcare costs going up or large workers' comp settlements, and certainly does not take into account if we have a storm later on this year or some other natural disaster. Our 21-22 operating budgets have been submitted by all of our departments. We are in the process right now of analyzing all of the submissions, and we hope to be able to present the budget to you on time. And I'll take any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Casamayor. Have you factored in the American Rescue Plan funds that we will be receiving?
Not right now, sir. We're still going through the American Rescue Plan to determine what eligible uses we have.
But the estimated income from that has it been determined yet?
We believe we're going to be getting about $70 million as the first payment that we will be getting in a few months. But again, the eligibility of using those funds, we're still working to determine.
So you're not putting it on the books until you know what you want to do with it? And
No,
we're having a
until we
special
receive it.
meeting about that.
Until we receive the money, we're not going to put it in the books, sir.
So the first tranche is probably about 60 million.
Right, we thought it would be 70 million, but you might be right.
And the stipulation is it can't fill budget holes.
It can.
No, it cannot.
It can.
It can?
Yeah, it can.
I've read it in the American Rescue Plan bill. It absolutely can fill budget.
Then they must have changed it again then, because I just read it and said it couldn't
Yeah,
fill budget holes.
it's trying to figure out what is the eligibility in order to plug those budget holes. I've heard from some, but again, this is what we hear. It's not the full analysis. We've heard that there needs to be some requisite expense reduction in order to qualify for a revenue plug. You know, but again, we're still determining what it all is.
Commissioner?
Thank you. Have you had a preliminary reading? Have you done a preliminary reading of the FAQs and all that? Because I have it in my office if you need it.
Yeah, no, we've gone through the summarized version of it, but we really need to go through the thousands of pages in
Right,
order to
but
make
with
sure.
the preliminary reading, it allows to fill some budget holes, right?
It appears that it does, and it's just getting into what the fine details are in order to determine whether we qualify based on our experience last year. So we did have revenue reductions, absolutely. We're still experiencing revenue reductions. The concern is, again, one of my colleagues at another local government had read some of it and was mentioning that you needed to have a requisite expense reduction as well. So if you had to cut a service because you didn't get this revenue, then you could qualify. But again, we're still verifying whether that's completely accurate.
Okay, and when is that special meeting? I forget.
What is what?
When is the special meeting?
April 16th?
April 15th.
15th.
Tax day. What a great day.
Thank you. So please get as much studying as you can so
Yes,
that we
sir.
have solid answers and can make some solid
Absolutely.
decisions on the 15th. But we are in a better picture than we thought we would be when we were making estimations last summer, when we thought we had a $20 million hole.
Clearly, yes, our revenues are better than we thought they would be, and we were able to reduce expenditures relatively quickly, which is what really provided us with a good year last year in spite of all of the bad that we had, and it looks like we're trending also positively this year as well.
Got it. Now,
Without raising taxes,
right.
which is good.
So I just wanted to bring up one thing, because obviously we have to watch the books. We have to be frugal. We have to be careful. But small businesses are suffering in our districts, and some of them are our direct tenants. And I brought this up during my briefing. I've learned from one of our tenants in the marinas, a small mom and pop who have been our tenant since 1983, with a simple sailboat charter run by a family, were run out of business because we wouldn't cut them a break on their rent. And that really embarrasses me, because I brought that to this dais months ago, that specifically our marina tenants are suffering, and we need to help them get through this. We'll defer the rent, abate the rent, get it later, but don't run them out of business. They sold the boat that this girl grew up on, and they closed their business because we wouldn't cut them a break. And to me, that's embarrassing, because we are not in as bad a situation as we thought we would be a year ago. And we have the programmatic money now to help businesses just like theirs. I need your help to make sure, yes, we watch the dimes and pennies, but we help our residents. That's our primary job, is to make sure small businesses, families, renters, that they get through this, and we get through it together. We can do this. Is there any further question or discussion on the budget? Then we'll close BU1. Thank you very much. I'd like to take up item PZ7. I believe that's the only remaining action item on the agenda. PZ7 is an exception in Commissioner Watson's district. Mr. Watson, how would you like to proceed?
Well, I'd like to proceed. We have two amendments to make that I was looking for, Mr. Chair. Yeah.
Keep the microphone close.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for your patience.
There's two amendments. Mr. Garcia Pons has them.
Good afternoon, Cesar Garcia Pons, Planning Director. Commissioner, you had a request?
Yes, request to read the amendments that's been agreed to by the parties making the request.
Yes, sir. So two amendments to the exception that were initially included in the Planning Department's report that were removed would like to be inserted back in. Item number 1, pursuant to Chapter 4, Section 4.5 of the City Code of Ordinances as amended, shall be closed during school hours. Item number 2, this exception is limited to the applicant, Bottle Blonde Miami, LLC, or owner, Thor Winwood Walk, owner, LLC. Any other entity must be approved by the Planning Department and may require a new exception or by review of the Planning, Zoning, and Appeals Board with a recommendation to the City Commission. In those instances, the new entity or owner shall acknowledge acceptance of the conditions listed as part of this exception.
And we checked with the school board just to ensure that was something they had agreed to, and so that's why they were added back. because they're asked to be operating during school hours, and so they're now supportive of the amendments, and the requesting party also. Thank you.
Is there a motion on the item?
So move.
Moved by Commissioner Watson. Who is the second? Second by Commissioner Reyes. Does the mover and seconder accept the amendments?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Is there any further discussion? All in favor of the item, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Let me just make sure we're not missing any action items before we go into the pocket items. There are well, why don't we take up the pocket items and then the discussion items, because they are the action items before us.
We could take the pocket item that I have brought up, or discussion, or whatever you want to call it. You got some directors that are waiting, so we'll get them out of the way. They aren't like the others.
Actually, wait, there was a report that we need to receive from one of the boards, if I'm not mistaken. And I believe they've been waiting. I apologize. You've been very, very patient. Which item is that, Mr. Clerk?
DI1.
DI1. Let's take up DI1 so you can
Thank you.
go about your...
Patricia Arias, I'm the attorney for the Nuisance Abatement Board. The chairman was available. Unfortunately, he had an event to attend. It is past 6 o'clock, but he was on Zoom as long as he could up until 5. Whatever questions you have with regards to the nuisance abatement, obviously last year due to COVID, nuisance abatement didn't meet and there were no actual filings because the meetings were curtailed and did not restart until the end of the year. We did separate and apart. The Nuisance Abatement Board is also the Code Enforcement Board. The Code Enforcement Board did their trial run and we are now operating fully. As of yesterday, we did have 4 new nuisance abatements for the year of 2021, 3 of which were taken care of and complied prior to hearing, 1 of which was heard and is ready to go, and we have another one that is coming for April 28th. So as of 2021, we already have 5 nuisance abatement matters. If any questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions regarding the Nuisance Abatement Board?
And the only other comment that I would make since I'm here, I need board members.
Who's missing an appointment?
I'm not exactly sure who's missing appointments because it changes, because some of them are at large and then they switch from one commissioner to another. But I will send everybody an email. I'll get it out there.
Thank you. That is important.
I need board members.
Mr.
please.
Clerk, can you get with each office to let them know if they are lacking a board member or appointment from the Nuisance Abatement Board, please? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your patience today, and I
Not a
appreciate your
problem.
service.
Great work.
That's DI1 closed. Commissioner Correa, were you suggesting to take up the PI items or the discussion items? I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Yes.
The discussion items were on the agenda. The PI items are the new pockets.
Yeah, we have a couple of directors that I've asked the manager bring in the item related to general discussions, reference the Omni CRA, and so they can move on. If I could ask for them to come up.
That's PI 5, the item you requested before lunch?
Correct.
Okay, we'll move to PI 5. Commissioner Correa has a discussion item. You have the floor.
All right. Mr. Manager, can we have the police chief to come up, please? And the HR director? Mr. Chairman, can I proceed?
Yes, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Chief, I want to ask you a couple of simple questions having to do with something that we all in city government.
Commissioner, I apologize. It's a little difficult to hear you.
I'm sorry, let me get closer here. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions. I think pretty straightforward and simple. With something that has come to all of our attentions, and particularly the last few days. And this has to do with a former employee at the Omni CRA, one named Jenny Nilo. My question is simple. To your knowledge, Chief, does any section group of the Miami Police Department have any active investigation on her?
Yes, sir. Ronald Papier, Deputy Police Chief. To my knowledge, the City of Miami Police Department does not have an active investigation right now on Ms. Jenny Nilo.
Right. My second question is there an active investigation by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
My understanding is the Florida Department of Law Enforcement has a case. Their official comment is that they have received a complaint and they are reviewing it.
Okay, so therefore, if this is the reasons that I was asking these questions, because as we all have read or heard, whether in newspapers or television, if there were videos that were made of this individual, that would certainly clarify to us, in particularly as member of the commission, but in particularly as members of their CRA board, if Ms. Nilo, in fact, was going to work or not. So if there's an active investigation, then I would not be able to place a public records request so we could get the information and make that determination.
But if there's an active investigation, that'll be exempt from public records until the investigation is closed.
Okay? That was the question that I wanted to ask you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
I have a question for him. Chief, an active investigation and received a complaint, let's say from a snitch, that may have no validity whatsoever, a fake snitch. Is there a difference between received a complaint or an active investigation?
So that's FDLE's term, that's their official comment, exactly what they mean by that. I mean, they would have to explain that.
Right.
When I say for the Miami Police Department, an active investigation, we are not actively looking at someone, working them for a criminal case. What FDLE means by it, I don't know.
So the City of Miami Police Department is not actively looking into Ms. Jenny Nilo, correct?
That's correct.
To your knowledge, is Miami-Dade County looking into Ms. Nilo?
I don't know, sir.
To your knowledge, is the State Attorney's Office looking into Ms. Nilo?
I don't know about that.
To your knowledge, is the FBI looking into Ms. Nilo?
Same answer, sir.
So the only thing you know, or you can't speak on behalf of the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, right? You can only say that they have a complaint that someone, who knows who, someone has called and said, hey, something bad happened here, and they open a file. That's what a complaint is, isn't it?
When I checked with FDLE, that was their official comment on this case.
And was this the official spokesman of the FDLE or somebody you know inside, or can you identify the person who told you that?
So in full disclosure, I had my Major of Internal Affairs call over there. I believe he spoke to the special agent in charge, which would be Troy Walker, but I didn't have the personal
He
conversation.
spoke to who?
The special agent in charge of FDLE, Troy Walker, but I didn't personally have the conversation. My Major of Internal Affairs.
So what you're reporting today to this commission is hearsay. You did not speak to anybody at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, is that correct?
No, not today.
No, on any day, that you,
I speak to them all the time, but
no,
regarding.
no.
Right.
No.
Regarding this case.
Let me be more precise. We're only talking about this case, right?
Right.
Because, let's talk about what we're talking about,
Yes.
right? You did not speak to anybody at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
No.
You said that no, right?
Correct.
No?
No.
Okay. You say that your major spoke to a Mr. Walker at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and they said that they had a complaint, that someone called in, a snitch, called in and said, hey, this is going on. That's what a complaint is.
Yeah, they said they had a complaint and they're reviewing it.
But that's what, in your experience as a law enforcement official for how many years?
I'm sorry?
How long have you been a law enforcement official?
27 years.
27 years. In those 27 years, what's a complaint?
A complaint is someone calls and makes an allegation of some type of wrongdoing or whatever, and that.
Someone calls in and makes an allegation.
Yes,
It's not that the law enforcement agency itself opens an investigation because they have evidence. It's just that someone calls in and says, hey, this person did something wrong.
yes.
That's what a complaint is.
That's what a complaint is, yes.
And can you speak on behalf of the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Again, Chief?
May I ask a question? But I want to clarify something through the chair. When you say that somebody make calls and makes an allegation, doesn't have to present proof? Because now if I call and I say about about you, I said, well, this gentleman is doing this, whatever. But that will immediately trigger an investigation, or I have to present some other type of.
So we're talking like hypotheticals, so not this case, but to answer your question, so anyone could call and make any type of allegation against anyone, right? But then it gets investigated and it's either proven or disproven.
In order to start investigation, you don't need any evidence.
No, you just need someone to call and make an allegation.
Just a call and then we'll start investigation?
Yes.
Probably that's why we were investigated, Commissioner Carrillo.
The area that I'm trying to cover, Chief, look, I think everybody up here knows how the system works, and it's obvious that anyone can file a complaint against anyone. It could be totally frivolous, or it could be totally solid, or anywhere in between. But law enforcement, responsible law enforcement, will look at it, and if they find that it is frivolous, they won't move forward to the next step. Or they'll review it before it's an actual investigation and disregard it. If they feel that there's some validity to it, then they open up an investigation to try to confirm if in fact the information they've been given is accurate or not. And I think that every one of us up here certainly knows and understands that. The reason that I was trying to determine if there are any open investigations is so that we could avoid a lot of this, he said that, and go right to whatever was supposedly, and it's been reported that was filmed, and we could determine if there was a violation of our laws or not. If there was theft of services or not. And it would avoid a tremendous amount of discussion. Now, as I believe I heard you say, you said that FDOE, and you confirm, I believe, is conducting some kind of investigation. Or did I misunderstand you, Chief?
It was my understanding regarding this, FDLE is involved.
Okay.
Now, exactly what they consider an investigation, a complaint, what they're reviewing, I can tell you what their official statement is.
What is their official statement then?
That they have received a complaint and they are reviewing it. That is their official statement. I mean, quite frankly, we should be asking them.
Which,
and
that means that if we would ask our city attorney to file a public records request, we're going to be told that it is exempt. And as you mentioned before, and it will be exempt because they are investigating it. Now, having said that, I don't think I need to ask you anything other, Chief. You know, have answered what you know. I'd like to get the HR director, if she could come up. Thank you very much,
You're welcome.
Chief Papier. And before you go, let me thank you for having stepped into a very, very difficult situation where you're the acting chief. I know it's not easy, and I want to publicly thank you for the services that you're doing to the city.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Chief, I also want to thank you for the great work you've been doing, because you've been sort of acting chief for a while now, right? So I want to thank you for the great work you've been doing. Make sure you don't leave. I have additional questions for you, but I want to hear from the HR director first. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon.
Angela, how are you?
Good afternoon, Angela Roberts, HR Director.
What I'd like to ask you, Angela, is simple. Have you received any kind of employment application from the former employee of the Omni CRA, Jenny Nilo?
We have not currently received an application from her yet, but we have requested one.
Okay, so I believe I understood that you said you have not received a current application yet.
No, sir, we have not, but we have requested one from her.
You have requested one from her?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm confused. Why would you request one from her?
Because we received an email from Ignacio asking us to hire her.
Okay.
And part of the hiring process is once the position is established in the system, we then reach out to the candidate and ask them for an application so we can, that's the process of actually getting them into the Oracle system and creating a personnel file on the person.
All right. That's fine for now. Stick around in case we need to ask you something else. Now, this is to the manager. Mr. Manager, city vehicles, can elected officials assign city vehicles to non-City of Miami employees? And if so, what is the process that has to be followed?
So typically, the way the policy has been, and is pretty consistent, is that any request for use of a city-assigned vehicle specifically to a district office by an outside agency would require either a authorization from the manager directly or some type of MOU.
Okay. Do you know if we have any of those for Ms. Jenny Neal?
No, there are no authorizations in writing, so in the memo form, nor are there any MOUs.
All right. At this point, unless I might need to ask some additional questions, if somebody wants to ask any other questions, I have no other questions of any of you. So if anybody else wants to ask.
I have a question. I have a number of questions. Ms. Roberts,
Yes, sir.
the hiring procedure in the city of Miami, when a commissioner's office or a chief of staff or a commissioner's office requests that someone be hired, the normal process is that once that request is in place, then that's the official request, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you begin a process of applications, you do medical work and all these other things, right? But once a request is made, the request is made.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Mr. Manager, and then I have a question. That's all I need from you, Mr. Roberts. Mr. Manager, have you reviewed over the last 10 years the policies of the city of Miami before you arrived on the use of city vehicles by semi-autonomous agencies of the city of Miami?
Have I reviewed the last 10 years? No, sir.
You have not. So you're not aware of any situation where in the past, city assets, whether it be personnel or city assets, are used, office space, cars, personnel, are used and interchanged between agencies such as the Downtown Development Authority or the Bayfront Park Trust Management Fund or the Omni CRA or the Overtown Parkway CRA, where people, employees, or cars or entities have been loaned to commissioners or the other way around?
I'm not aware of it.
You're not aware of it. Is today, you know who Mr. Neil Shiver is?
Of course, yes, sir.
Who is he?
Executive Director of the Overtown CRA.
I'm sorry, who is he?
Executive Director of the Overtown CRA.
He's Deputy Director of the Overtown CRA.
Executive Director.
I'm sorry, Executive Director of the Overtown CRA.
Correct.
Has Mr. Shiver been here today in this commission meeting?
I saw him here, yes, sir.
And was he advising a current sitting commissioner?
I'd have to ask the city commissioner that question. He's
Well-
behind you. I don't know if he's advising him or not, but that's up to him to answer.
Well, he was talking to him.
No, I clearly, but he's better suited to answer.
Maybe they were
answer that
talking about
question.
football, I don't know, but
Yeah.
the question's very clear.
Yeah.
Is Mr. Shiver an employee of the Overtown CRA, and is he also serving as a chief of staff to a sitting commissioner?
He is absolutely an employee of the Overtown CRA. Whether he's acting in an official capacity as Chief of Staff to District 5, I can't confirm that.
Is he working for the city commission today? In every commission meeting since he's...
You're asking me a question that, quite frankly, I'm not privy to their specific relationship. He's sitting right next to you. You might want to ask him.
I know, but I'm just saying what
Yeah.
you've seen. He wasn't here when I asked the question.
Yeah, no, it would be out of my place to answer the question specifically, what role he's playing specifically for the District 5 Commissioner. I'm not specifically privy to that.
All right, thank you, Manager. I have a question for the city attorney.
But I mean, what's your question?
No, the question was whether Neil Shiver was employed by the Overtown Parkway CRA and whether he's working out of your city commission office today. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Oh,
That's the point.
But I mean,
That's the point.
but there's nothing wrong with that. Why are you asking that question though?
Because there was an assertion made that a city vehicle was used, and that's why I'm gonna ask the next question to the city attorney. And which is, we spoke about this yesterday, which is there are instruments and personnel, instrumentalities, I think you called them, and assets that are interchanged. For example, when I was elected, you sent me, city attorney's office, you loaned me an employee, right? So in essence, there's one city, which is the city of Miami, right? That's the umbrella. Under that city, there are semi-autonomous agencies, not autonomous, semi-autonomous, Bayfront Park, Downtown Development Authority, Overtown, Omni, that fall under the same municipality. And it is a common practice that I've seen over the years that sometimes employees are loaned. For example, if you do a food drive in Domino Park, you can see Bayfront Park employees with their logos handing out food. If the Downtown Development Authority does an event, you have Downtown Development Authorities working with a commissioner, the chairman of that particular commission, whether it's Commissioner Reyes in this case, or Commissioner Carollo. There's an interchange of employees because there's an efficiency involved in that. It saves taxpayer dollars. And that's why it's done. It's an umbrella, and then under the umbrella, which is the city of Miami, every other agency, perhaps with the exception of the Miami Parking Authority. So if someone is named chairman of a particular entity, because I had this very long legal discussion with an outside lawyer yesterday to make sure that the point was correct. That's a very prominent outside lawyer. Not that I don't trust you, but I just want to make sure that I knew what I was asking, how I was asking the question. That it is perfectly correct for that to happen. So those instrumentalities that are used, or assets or personnel, are many times interchanged between different offices to accomplish a common goal of serving our constituents. And there's nothing wrong with that. Tell me, Madam Attorney, if that's the case, in your opinion.
Basically, we have in the past loaned personnel to other departments or offices. Normally, there's an agreement that goes along with it but it is allowed to loan.
Yeah, but you're talking about City of Miami departments, madam. And what, even those, some of these exchanges, they're exchanges that are very short-term. I don't know of any in 40-plus years.
I do.
That you have had an employee of any agency without the board's approval or knowledge, in particular after they signed that they have to report to an executive director, that they would be working exclusively for someone in their other capacity that has nothing to do with the area and agency that they were hired for. And that's the big difference here. For instance, you mentioned Neil Schreiber. Let me tell you what the big difference is. I don't care if you want to say he's being paid by Southeast Overtown or he's being paid by here or whoever. And you acknowledged that yourself. You've been seeing Neil Schreiber. And that's exactly the point. No one in the Omni CRA would see Jenny Nilu. That's the problem.
That's a lie.
Commissioner Reyes?
No. That is a lie.
Then you know what?
That's a problem.
This is what we're going to get into.
That's why the Auditor General is going to conduct an investigation of the Omni CRA of the Bayfront Park and let him come back to us, Mr. Guba, and tell us, because I have some issues that I'm going to raise, so I have my own pocket items on the way. That's a lie.
What is a lie? Tell
What
me.
is a lie that no one has seen Jenny Neal. Jenny Neal has been to my office every day and sometimes on weekends.
Oh, okay, but not, what I'm talking about is the Omni CRA.
The Omni
So
CRA.
What you're claiming is that her job was to be with you the whole time.
I'm not.
Then
No.
why was she not
Listen,
at the Omni CRA?
Commissioner,
That's what they're telling us. And you know what?
That's not what they're
Videos,
telling us. Commissioner, you're not judge, jury, and execution.
and neither are you.
No, I'm not trying to be, but
Absolutely.
you're trying to be. Let's let the
No.
Auditor General look at it.
I'm
You're
asking
not a
for
judge,
videos.
you're not a jury, and you're not an executioner.
And
you
neither
intimidate
are
me.
you.
Well,
But
I'm not saying
this
I
is
am.
why
You don't
I'm asking for
intimidate me.
videos.
What we're going to do is we're going to request that the Auditor General look at your Bayfront Park, because I have a number of issues I'm going to ask.
Anytime he
At
wants.
your employees.
Anytime
right
he
here,
wants.
At any employee you want.
Yeah.
Because I have a number of employees I want to talk about. We can talk about a lot of employees. You want to talk about employees?
Oh, yes, yes.
I have all night, and I
See?
never get tired. So this is what I'll do. We will instruct the Auditor General to look at your agency.
That's the first thing
And
that I
at the
did when I
Omni
got
CRA.
here. I asked for an audit of my agency.
I
sir.
know, but I'm going to ask for specific questions when I audit.
You could do whatever you want.
I know I can.
And you could try to, flip the mirrors around because
I'm
this
not
is what
flipping
I've
any-
seen you've been doing.
I'm not flipping any mirrors around. Because what I do is, I do my research.
Okay, do your research.
I don't accuse people. I don't engage in character assassination of people.
Character assassination.
That's what you're doing. You're known for that.
What have
And
we
you're doing
done
it again.
that's a character
Your
assassination?
entire
And we're
40
asking
years.
questions.
Your entire 40 years you've been doing that.
Okay,
And now you're doing it again. And you're doing it to an innocent
yeah.
56-year-old single mother with a 14-year-old child. That's what you're doing. on Women's Month.
Well, you didn't have
You
any
were honoring
problems.
women, you were honoring women today, and you're attacking, without any evidence, a woman. That's what you're doing. So instead of you doing it, and you being the judge, jury, and executioner, let's let the Auditor General do it, and see what happens. Let's get all those videos. Let's get all that information. I have no problem with the truth, but let's get to the truth.
I'm sure
You do
don't.
not own the truth.
Nobody does,
Commissioner
and you
Reyes.
certainly don't.
I just want to clarify a point, Commissioner. Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, you stated that when I do a food distribution, that I have personnel from Downtown Development Authority. I had never had any. I had distributed masks and a hand sanitizer in downtown Miami, with DDA personnel.
DDA.
But Commissioner, that's not the point here.
No, but I'm
And there
going to
would be
say,
nothing
and
wrong,
every
there
time,
would be nothing wrong with that.
No,
That's
no,
not the
every
point.
time
He's
that
trying to
we
turn
do-
this all around
Yes, but
and make it to
No.
look into something else.
You're engaging
And
yourself.
we're not gonna let him do this.
Don't use your power to abuse a helpless woman who's trying to rehabilitate her life,
yeah.
because that's what you do. And you've done it to many people. You're not gonna do it to anybody under my protection. Anybody. You are trying to character assassinate a person
The
who's
video-
trying to, there is no video.
The
When the
videos
video
will
comes,
tell.
there is no video.
Oh, okay,
There is no video. And if you get the video, they'll prove you wrong.
I'll bring you the ones.
All right, and when you want to be a judge, you become a judge. When you want to become the executioner or investigator or the FDLE, they already told you there's no FDLE investigation.
Okay.
They already told you that.
All right,
There is no investigation.
that's not what I heard there.
That's exactly what he said.
all right.
Bring the police chief up here again.
Okay,
Chief, come back up here. There's a complaint. Anybody, a snitch
oh, okay.
can call and say, hey, I saw this. And that's a complaint. That's not an investigation.
That's a word that usually criminals inside jails use.
No. A snitch is, you know very well what a snitch is.
Yeah.
Please, you know what a snitch is.
You darn right I do.
I know you do. You said that there was a complaint,
Yes,
that
Commissioner.
somebody called in and said, hey, I saw this. But I also asked you, is the FBI investigating Miss Jenny Neal? Is the FDLE, is the City of Miami Police Department investigating her? Is the Miami-Dade County Police investigating her? Is the state attorney's investigating? In fact, the state attorney said, Ed Griffith, your public information officer, that there is no investigation. This is much ado about nothing to create fodder and to shift the focus. I figure because it's an election year, I get it. But there's nothing here that's criminal about Ms. Neal's behavior. And it is immoral and unjust for you to act like a judge and a jury and attack a woman that has not done anything wrong, or at least that you don't know she's done anything wrong. If there is in fact a moment that is evidence that she's done something wrong, I'm with you. But you don't know that. You don't know that. Through innuendo, conjecture, you're implying things to hurt a single mother? Really? That's wrong. And it's immoral. Thank you, Chief.
Are you done?
No, not yet. I'm getting
Are you
started. I'm
done?
just getting warmed up.
What? Finish it up.
No, not yet.
Come on, finish it
Not
up.
yet, not yet. I have plenty of
Finish
information.
it up.
I'm gonna talk about a lot of things. I'm not done giving my statements.
Okay.
I just do it at my pace when I choose to do it, not when you say to do it. And I'm here all night if you want.
Mr. Chairman, can I
Recognize.
proceed? We all have been here today and heard that I am asking questions of the acting police chief, the HR director, and the manager, where in every question that I've asked, they're informative. I'm not making, nor have I made any accusation about Ms. Needle. He's the one that's screaming and saying that
I'm not
all the
screaming.
stuff that he's claiming.
I'm not
What I
screaming.
am going to do, though, sir, and I am going to present several motions, and I am going to do that with pain in my heart because you have been the biggest disappointment in my entire political history.
You too.
You are the biggest disappointment.
You too, to me.
But you're sitting there
And you're sitting there
because
too.
of me.
No, you're not. No, you're sitting there because of me.
Okay.
We can talk about it all we want.
Yeah, let's
It
call
took
your
you-
ex-girlfriend and she'll talk
It took you
about it.
17 years to make a comeback.
Sure.
And probably
Let me,
the biggest mistake I made
Sure.
was to help you when you made
Let
your
me-
comeback 17 years later.
Help me what? To
Oh.
get a graphics guy?
Help
and-
you? No,
and-
no, no,
and
no, no,
send the
no.
stuff to be printed that I paid for?
Help you win an election by 236 votes. That's what I did.
Okay, well, that's fine.
Remember?
Let's proceed. I have an ordinance that I am bringing this forward because I, nor any member of this commission, should be placed in the same pot as Mr. Diaz-Portilla once ought to be in. And I am putting this ordinance forward for the integrity of this body, now and in the future. Now, Madam City Attorney, would you like to read it? It's an emergency ordinance, first and second reading.
An emergency ordinance of the Miami City Commission by a 4/5 affirmative vote, amending Chapter 40, Article 1, Section 40-1 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Personnel in General, Registration, and Fingerprinting generally, by providing a minimum qualification standard for employment in an elected official's office and prohibition on doing business with certain consultants, providing a severability clause, and providing for an immediate effective date.
This is PI 4, Commissioner.
This is a part.
Pocket item number 4, which has the amendment in section D that you referenced earlier.
Well, yeah, it's in section D, absolutely.
The amendment is elected officials are prohibited from hiring or retaining the services of any person, employee who is on probation and/or under criminal investigation. Likewise, elected officials are prohibited from hiring or retaining the services of any consultant on probation and/or under criminal investigation. That would be an amendment to Chapter 40.
I make a motion. Do you need to read anything else or not?
It would be a vote on this, and then
Yes.
I have to read it again, and then another vote.
Okay. I make a motion on this. This is an ordinance to protect the institution of commissioner in the city of Miami.
There's been a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Watson. Commissioner Carollo, what is the emergency nature of the ordinance?
Emergency nature of the ordinance, commissioners, as you heard, in a few days, you will have an individual that is alleged by our executive director in the Omni CRA and by other employees that she would not come into work, that they were forced to hire her, and even made other statements.
Another lie.
3 or 4 times that she was there. Now, I, for one, am not going to sit back and see that Mr. Diaz-Portilla is going to keep playing what he has done since he's gotten here, does what he pleases, total disregard for all our rules, what he does, and he's going to stain the name of the institution of Commissioner of the City of Miami.
You've done that already,
Name of
Commissioner.
mayor.
You've done it for 40
And-
years, sir.
Yeah,
You've
that's-
done it for 40 years,
That's why you've
Commissioner.
used me to run your campaign and more.
You've done it
Yeah.
for 40 years, Commissioner.
One at a time, please.
You're the one that's staining the name of the commission. You engage in character assassination. You cast aspersions on people. You attack people publicly. You're famous for it. You're known for it. It's your MO. You're doing it again, but this time you're doing it to an innocent. It's cowardly.
You make me
And
want
you're
to
doing it to
vomit.
an innocent.
You make me want to vomit.
An innocent woman. That's what
You
you're doing.
have no conscience. You
are
have no
famous for
heart.
it. You're a
You
female.
are the lowest
Why are you
thing that I have
screaming?
seen in politics.
Why are you screaming?
That you not deserve
Why are
to
you
hold
screaming?
public
Gentlemen,
office.
Why are you
Time.
losing control?
Gentlemen, order, please. Decorum.
Why are you losing control?
Decorum and one at a time. Now, as acting chair,
I've acted.
I want to go
Bring in the
through.
motion, sir.
you have a motion and there is a
I've
second.
And I'll be
explained to you
recognized.
why it is.
And debate. I'll be recognized in debate when you're ready, Mr. Chair.
There's been a motion, there's been a second. For my part, I only know what I've read in the paper. And we're talking a lot about accusations and unfounded accusations. The ones that have bothered me and I would like to hear more about are the accusations against the directorship of the Omni CRA. You said that you hired this person to watch them over your suspicions. And I would like to know what you are accusing the director and the assistant director of specifically, and what evidence you have to make those allegations.
What I'm requesting is that the Auditor General look into it, and I will provide the Auditor General the information that I have, because again, I am not a judge or executioner. I believe in due process. I believe people are entitled to have a conversation and a real investigation to find out what's happening and what's really happened. I don't believe that you do things to convict people without due process, that people have a right to be considered innocent until proven guilty. So I do not publicly state the details of what I may or may not know. But I will tell you that when I sit down with the Auditor General, I will outline a number of things that have concerned me about the operations of the Omni CRA. That Auditor General can then determine what those actions, whether they were improper or whether they were just the course of doing business or not. So I'm not accusing anyone. I'm not doing any motions, or I'm not trying to change a code without allowing people due process. And Commissioner,
I agree with you completely.
That's what frankly makes me angry. You can't just stand up here and because you have power, say, you're guilty, you're this, you're that, you're this. Come on. You can't cast aspersions on people's character without going through a process.
Commissioner, I agree with you completely, and that is why I'm asking you why you in the press have made accusations
In the press,
of Director Jason Walker.
I responded in the press. Again, we don't have a trial by press. I responded in the press to some accusations that Mr. Walker made about Ms. Nillo, which were not true. Among those accusations, he said that she was working in my brother's campaign. That's a lie. Among those accusations was that she didn't show up to that office. That's true, because she wasn't working out of that office. She was working out of my Curtis Park office and my Alapata office. It's also true that there were 2 cases of COVID-19 in the Omni CRA during that period. I separated my employees. It's also true that when we started with her being a liaison between the commission office and the Omni CRA, that we will begin more economic development issues as we move forward, and COVID-19 hit, and we shifted all our employees to food distribution, testing, mass distribution, vaccinations, all the things that we all did collectively to help our constituents. And she was involved in those efforts. And my Twitter account reflects that she was involved in those efforts. No one in the CRA, by the way, ever showed up to one food distribution other than Jenny Nillo. No one. And in those 11 months that Jenny Nillo worked for the Omni CRA, Mr. Walker called her twice. When he first hired her, and 2 days ago when he told her, not when he fired her, but when he told her, oh, the press is inquiring about you. And never in between did he ever call her. Why didn't he call her? Because at the beginning, when I spoke to Mr. Walker, I said, Jenny Nillo is going to be working out of the Curtis Park office or one of my offices, and she'll be coming here in and out, but she'll be working out of the Curtis Park office. And what she was working on with me was an expansion of the Omni CRA into the Alapata area. And that's the role that I wanted her to play on a moving forward basis. All that got delayed when COVID hit because we shifted our priorities and our focus. If Mr. Walker was concerned, and again, I hate to do this because I'm not putting Mr. Walker on trial. I think it should just be looked into and people make a determination.
Commissioner,
Well, let me
my
finish.
point though is
I'm
that
not
you
finished.
did.
Well, I can't finish. When if Mr. Walker was her supervisor, and he was concerned about her not showing up, why didn't Mr. Walker call her on the second day that she didn't show up and say, hey, why are you not showing up? He didn't call her because he knew that she was working out of the other office. That's why he didn't call her. Because any supervisor would have called an employee who doesn't show up one day and say, hey, what happened? That's what happened. And then to turn this into a different kind of argument about a no-show employee and it's a lie. Because I have evidence, and we also have cameras in our offices, I have evidence that Ms. Jenny Neal worked every day of the week from the day she was hired, including Saturdays and Sundays, in distribution of food and other things, many things, the constituent work that we did, every single day, tirelessly. That she didn't go to that office? Well, I don't know. I had told Mr. Walker. So when Mr. Walker made the public accusations that are lies, first of all, that reporter sitting back there, Ms. Erika Carrillo, right there, he led her into the office, showed her an empty office with a cameraman there. Maybe it had been a different cameraman. Took her to the office. They filmed an empty office because she never used that office. But I told her, go to Curtis Park and you'll see Jenny Neal's office. And go to Alapata Net, or the old Net, you'll see Jenny Neal's office. So Jenny Neal is a always show-up employee. When Mr. Walker did that, and when Mr. Walker cast aspersions on what Mrs. Neal was doing, I'm sorry, that's when I responded that I already knew some things to clarify the record, that maybe he's the one that's trying to change and refocus the attention.
So in response to his accusation, you accused him.
I already knew it. I'm not a snitch. What I'm going to do, I'm not a snitch. We have plenty of snitches here. I don't have to be one of them. What I'm going to do is I'm going to request direct our Auditor General to look into the activities and contracts, perks, and benefits of the Omni CRA in the last 4 years. And if there was any improprieties or any benefits that any employee of the Omni CRA, including Ms. Neal, received, everybody. I'm not going to do it to your CRA because you weren't there, Commissioner Watson. I'm not going to do it to Downtown Development Authority. I'm also going to request it of the Bayfront Park because I also know some things there that have also come to light. That's why the Herald did an editorial on it, right? That's why there's 2 articles on it, because that's not the only thing that people are writing about. To see what the single bidder deal is at the Bayfront Park.
My God, you're a walking.
That's what I'm going to do.
You're a walking comedy.
Yeah, no, the comedy. You're the comedy.
Yeah.
Actually, a tragedy, and a tragedy for the city of Miami. If you continue to do the same thing, I thought that after 17 years of being away, that you will come back and act like an elder statesman. But you're doing the same thing you've always done. You character assassinate, you attack people when they don't fit your thing. I will tell you, and I won't say it publicly because I don't want to go too far, but I will tell you that she helped you on her days off. She helped you on your days, on Sundays.
But I'm going to tell you.
On Sundays, she knocked on doors to rescind your petitions when you were being recalled.
But I'm going to tell
She
you
knocked
more.
on doors to rescind your petition when you were being recalled.
What I'm going to tell you
So
more.
you should call her and tell her, you know what? Thank you.
What I'm going to tell you
For
more,
free,
Commissioner.
for free.
Yeah, for free.
For
okay.
free.
For free.
Yes, on Sundays.
Commissioner,
And I have evidence and pictures of her knocking on a door to rescind your petitions. That I got you the volunteers to get 402 petitions rescinded from your recall with volunteers on weekends. And she helped you. And Jenny Neal was one of those people.
Right.
And look what you're doing to her now.
Tell me when you're done so I can.
I'm not done. Look what you're doing to her now.
Oh yeah, what I'm doing to her now. What?
Yeah.
What have I done?
You're assassinating her
Commissioner?
character without any evidence. Let her go through a process.
What did I say? What did I say? Unlike
mentioned her
what
by
you
name.
said, unlike what you said on Jason Walker. What have I said?
You mentioned.
I'm looking
This is none
for
of
the
your
evidence.
There's none of your
I'm
business.
looking to get the videos.
And so am I.
Because the videos won't lie.
Then wait for the evidence, if there is any. And then you can make a decision. But don't be an executioner.
There's plenty of evidence already that something's wrong.
Nothing's wrong.
And I believe Jason Walker, I believe the other people that are working there over you any day.
That's fine with me. And I believe them over you to believe it or not. I don't care what you believe. What I care is the truth, about the truth.
Yeah, but
Your opinion of what you believe is irrelevant to me. What's relevant to me is the truth.
Yeah.
The truth. And we'll get to it. But don't assassinate people's characters. You've done it here. I don't count this time.
What did I say about her character, Commissioner? What did I say about her character?
That she didn't show up.
I'm saying the allegations that are being made.
There are no allegations.
There are no allegations. So this is all made up.
They're allegations. That's what they are. They're allegations. Okay. They're not proof. They're not evidence. No video. And you're implying and you're toning and what you say, it's like it's factual, and it's not. And it's not fair. And I was born and I was raised, since I was a kid, to believe that you have to be just in life. You know what? It would have been easier for me to say, you know what? Jenny Nita, you're fired. That would have been easier. You know, you did something wrong? Well, she didn't. But you're fired, and wash my hands with it. I didn't do that. I don't back away from people. I don't turn my back on them. I don't betray them. I don't betray them. And I don't cast the first stone, Commissioner, okay? Like you do. It is wrong. It is wrong to attack an innocent, a defenseless person without any evidence. Without any evidence.
You're a victim, Commissioner.
No, I'm not a victim. She is.
You're a victim.
She is.
Okay.
And you're the victimizer.
Yeah. Oh, I'm the victimizer.
You are.
Let me just say this before we could go on, because this is the game that he's going to play with everybody. Anytime that something comes up, he's going to try to turn it around to attack the other person, change things around. And I'm only bringing this up now because he brought it up. And we're going to have a lot more time to get into this because I'm going to make sure we have it. But I'm not going to delay the things we have to do today. And you all could decide. You mentioned, Commissioner, allegations from people in the CRA of what they claim that she told them on your brother's campaign. Well, you're forgetting that when I first met Jenny Nilo, it was around July. I didn't know who she was. I didn't know who she worked for until much, much, much later. She was sent to my home on at least 3 or 4 occasions during working hours, Monday through Friday.
That's not true either.
To deliver checks from your brother's campaign.
That's not true.
So that I and my wife, that were spending all our time in helping him to help you, could get those checks.
That's not true.
To Univision, to Telemundo, to America TV. I know you're going to say that's not true.
It's a lie.
But that's where I first met her. I didn't know who she was. In fact, I remember one day in the morning that it was raining so hard, and she was out there waiting until it stopped to bring in the check. And I'm going to further tell you that her phone records, they could be traced from place to place where she was at, Commissioner.
Yes, and your phone records too.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
Absolutely.
We'll trace them all.
Absolutely.
And we'll see exactly what happened. Because I know exactly what happened.
Let me...
But again, I don't cast aspersions.
Yeah. Well...
I don't lie. I don't do character assassination. I'm not a jury, and I'm not a judge.
You're a saint, but
no,
everyone...
I'm not a saint. I'm not a saint,
Please
but I'm
stop.
not a bad human being.
Please stop, gentlemen.
I'm not a bad human being.
If I...
Gentlemen,
You have a history of doing this.
If I could move on.
You have
Chairman,
city employees here. You have city employees here.
I call the question.
Gentlemen.
I
No, you can't call
call
any
the
questions.
question.
It's a debate. You
Chairman,
can't call any
I'm calling the
questions.
question.
Appoint a
Question
person
has
of
been
privilege.
called.
No, appoint a person of privilege.
I'm calling the
question has
question.
been called.
I'm
There's a
calling
motion
the
to call the
question.
question.
He is trying to do this so we cannot vote on anything
Appoint
today.
a person of
Sorry,
privilege.
please stop discussion.
Appoint a person of privilege.
I just
calling
need to
the
know
question.
the will of this
What's-
body to call the question. Please vote now. All in favor of
You
taking
can't
the
do
vote,
that.
say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
You would like to continue discussion.
A point of personal privilege
The question has been
prevails
called.
over.
I will recognize you. The question has been called. There is a motion, there is a second. All in favor of the item say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
The motion passes. You're recognized.
Point of personal privilege. There is a problem when you pass a local bill of attainder that specifically targets one individual. But we know that Commissioner Carollo has previously targeted one individual. And what happens is that when you pass a law that targets one individual, one person, and you don't take into account other individuals that also bring into question the character of this commission, that also bring into question the integrity of this commission, then we have an issue because you're only targeting one individual who is on probation. So if someone committed a felony 10 years ago and is no longer on probation, they can be hired in the city of Miami. Let's say he committed a really bad felony. But if someone committed a lesser felony, a nonviolent felony, and they're still on probation, instead of creating all this little probationary employment until they're off probation, that person cannot be hired. So it's discriminatory, and it goes against the U.S. Constitution that you're selectively picking some people over others. You're cherry picking is what you're doing. It's a local bill of attainder is what you're doing. It's an ex post facto law that impacts one individual because somebody wants to make a political point during an election year. So I didn't want to mention any names because that's not who I am. But sometimes with bullies, you got to fight back, right? So there's an employee here that there's 3 employees in Commissioner Carollo's office, 3, that have been arrested. 3. One of them for solicitation of prostitution. But I am a man who doesn't like to hurt innocents, so I'm not going to say his name. Another one for disorderly conduct and intoxication. And a third one that you fired after a while, after she crashed on the way over here for being drunk, for driving drunk. Commissioner Reyes, you too. You have an employee who has a record in your office.
You are low, man.
No, you're the one that's low.
Yo, no, Roy,
No, and I have the
worse
floor.
than low.
Because you think that it's okay to humiliate other people and embarrass other people and innocents?
You're embarrassing.
Gentlemen,
Okay.
this needs to stop.
No, it's a point of personal privilege.
You are making personal attacks.
I'm
without
not.
mentioning
I haven't mentioned any name. The personal attacks.
I never thought that you were
There's another
so petty
employee.
and so low.
There's another employee, which I'm not going to mention, and there's another employee, and there's another employee. There's 6 of them. Okay?
The ordinance is with regard to active investigation and probation.
There is no investigation and probation, but it should be about anybody with a criminal record.
But it's not.
But it's a point of personal privilege. That's why it's not about the ordinance. It's a point of personal privilege. Look up Robert Rules of Order. A point of personal privilege is very simple. It's a point of personal privilege. So what happens? What happens is that you target a law against one individual, but you hire a whole bunch of people with records that have been arrested, and you don't talk about them. And that's morally wrong. So it doesn't matter what you pass or you don't pass. It doesn't matter if you have the votes or don't have the votes. The morality of it is wrong. If you believe that you don't want to tarnish the image of the Miami City Commission, all that crap, you know what? You apply it equally across to everyone. Or if you believe that every human being is entitled to a second chance, which I do, that's why I didn't mention names. If you believe that every human being is entitled to a second chance for redemption, for rehabilitation, for reincorporation into society, and to improve their lives and their lot in life, like I do, then you're fair across the board. But you can't selectively, because you don't like someone or you don't like a particular politician, attack someone. So who's low? The low people are the ones that are attacking the one individual without applying the same rules to everybody else. And that's my point of personal privilege.
Thank you.
Let me say something.
You're
Let me say
recognized,
something
Commissioner
because I heard a lot of things about him, but I never believed it. But now, my God, I'm not really surprised. I never attacked anybody. I never said anything. And yes, I have a person that worked for me when I was 20 years old, made a mistake. And since that time, that person has, he has more decency and honesty in one hair than you have, Commissioner. And let me tell you,
That's a personal comment.
it is. Check it as you will. And there is another thing.
You're famous for not keeping your word.
As I read this resolution, it doesn't deal with persons that had previous convictions. It reads people that are under a parole and people that are under investigation. That's the only thing that it reads.
Then hire them and do
I don't have nothing else to talk to you now or ever.
the same thing here. Because I've been very good to you, but you haven't kept your word. You don't keep your word on anything.
Is there a motion for second reading of ordinance PI 4?
No, I'm not done. Yes.
No, we
I'm
need
sorry,
two readings.
Yes. There is a motion for a second reading.
Moved by Commissioner Carollo,
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Reyes. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And an emergency ordinance of the Miami City Commission by a 4/5 affirmative vote amending Chapter 40, Article 1, Section 40-1 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended titled Personnel in General, Registration, Fingerprinting Generally, by providing a minimum qualification standard for employment in an elected official's office and prohibition on doing business with certain consultants, providing a severability clause, and providing for an immediate effective date.
Thank you. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
One nay. Motion passes on PI 4.
I have another motion in the same one.
You're recognized.
It's a motion to discharge Alex Diaz de la Portilla as chairman of the Omni CRA.
I second.
With the motion, there's a second by Commissioner Reyes. I'll open the floor for public comment. Seeing no one here for comment, I'll close public comment. Any comments from the dais? All in favor of the item
A
say.
question of the city attorney.
You're recognized.
Does that need to be noticed?
You says were.
No, noticed.
Can you give me a moment to look at that, please?
Board appointment notices.
That was going to second anything.
So, different than ordinances and public hearing items and those things are noticed and advertised. Our board appointments aren't.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Any further discussion?
None?
All in favor of the item say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion passes.
I have a third motion. Let me see on dates, and you could all look for dates, but I would suggest that sometime in the second week of April, beginning Monday the 5th, we have a meeting here of the Omni CRA where it could be videotaped. And we can invite Mr. Jason Walker, other members of the CRA. We can invite Ms. Nilu, and we can ask questions, see some videos that there are, and deal with any matters that we need to. Furthermore, Madam City Attorney, as a commission, can we institute ourselves, according to the charter, as an investigative body with subpoena powers to also be able to look into any of the allegations that Mr. Diaz-Portilla has made, Ms. Neal have made against Jason Walker or any other member that is employed by the CRA, or for any other matter.
Commissioner, I know that you do have the investigative powers as part of the city commission, that there is not that same provision for the CRA, but if you'll give me a moment just to find the provision, I know that you do have subpoena powers and you do have, you also.
Yeah, but you did understand what I've asked, because,
It's you said a meeting of the CRA, so
yes, but I'm talking about something other than that, not as a CRA, but as a commission. By charter, we can have subpoena powers and impanel ourselves to be an investigative body. The question is, can it be done to investigate allegations of wrongdoing at the Omni CRA? And I'll publicly say, if Mr. Diaz-Portilla or Ms. Neal can provide me any facts that Mr. Walker or anybody else there has done wrongdoings, I'll be the first to ask for them to be fired. But what I'm seeing here is a pattern that if anybody opposes him or his cronies, he's going to attack and make false allegations against them. I am saying all this because there is so much that I haven't brought up today, because I wasn't going to get tied down in a whole meeting so that we can get the things that we needed to be approved, like we've done already in this, and we're moving forward and some more. But you're going to get your wish.
Well, I can't
You're going to
wait.
get your wish.
And so are you.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair?
You recognize Commissioner Reyes? and
Yes,
Commissioner
since the position of Director of the Omni CRA is empty, we should pick,
It's not empty.
no, it's not empty.
The directorship.
No,
the chairmanship.
The chairmanship. The chairmanship. We should pick somebody to fill that position.
As I've stated, gentlemen, in the past, when I was appointed vice chairman, I didn't want to be appointed vice chairman. I didn't even want to be in the board. So I do not want to be chairman.
I don't want to be chairman either, and I think
I'm
that
the
we will
CRA.
have, I am nominating Commissioner Russell.
Okay. I will second that nomination.
There's a motion and a second.
And call the question.
I'd like to say something.
Okay.
I'm very proud of this CRA. CRAs have a bad reputation statewide, but I'm really proud of our work there, and the work that's been done this year. Affordable housing is being created like never before in that CRA. The greatest opportunity for affordable housing in the entire city. The school board has 9 acres there that they are just waiting for an active MOU they already have with the CRA to activate those parcels for education, housing, technology, put them on the rolls. There's so much opportunity in that CRA. There are so many people of need. And I care very much about what happens there. I believe that district commissioners should be the chairs of CRAs within their district. In fact, Commissioner Watson's district overlaps this CRA as well. There is accountability that comes into play when you answer to the people that you govern. I'm embarrassed right now for our city because of our display here today and the accusations that are coming to the CRA and our employees. And I do not want to normalize this behavior. It's not normal. Agencies Outside agencies do not use city cars. The DDA has never used a City of Miami car for any function. The Omni CRA, prior to this, has never. We wear different hats, and we have to keep our hats very separate. And that's really important. And I wasn't asking for this today, but this is something
Neither
that
was
I've...
Let me tell you, I wasn't planning this, neither was, I didn't expect this to end like this.
But I, despite the circumstances, I do appreciate the motion. I care very much about this part of my district, and I want to see it thrive, and I have to do it together with all of you. Whatever fights we get in, we need to work together from here. Commissioner Diaz-Labortilla, from the day you took that chairmanship, I stood with you in that CRA for any initiative you wanted to work on. I counted the votes. I stiff upper lip, chin up, move on. We got to work for the city. And so that's what I'd like to do from here forward with this CRA. These outside investigations, to whatever level they go, and whatever internal investigations that we want to bring. I do not want innocents to be accused, especially in the press without judge or jury. That really upset. We are elected. We got in this game to fight with each other, and politics is rough, but our employees did not. City staff did not. CRA staff did not. And we have to be really, really careful before we attack the character of a staff employee, a civil servant, because they didn't ask for this like we did. So I appreciate the motion in the second. I would gladly act as the chairman of the Omni CRA. Is there anyone here from the public who would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. Is there anyone from the dais who would like to comment?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
You recognize Commissioner Watson.
I just want to say, I think that in a lot of a rush to ensure that you may have fairness, if that's a word to be used, I think that the legislation that was offered should be tantamount to what we should go through from every employee. I mean, let's be real. At the end of the day, for all practical purposes, as long as it's broad-based and it's across the board and fair, there should be nothing wrong with ensuring that our employees can stand whatever test of time that should be stood. And so I think that in the spirit of it being offered, I think that it's something that should be broad-based and apply that way. I just also want to say from this perspective, in terms of putting on the record, Mr. Clerk, regarding Mr. Shiver, he's been a long-term city employee. I've never known him to have anything to be called into question. He's been volunteering for me. We have a 45-year friendship. And so I don't want to say he has any comparison to anybody or anything of that nature. Hell, I just got a 35-year Penn City of Miami service myself. And so we're always both clear about what should be done or not be done. And I just wanted to make sure that was the case, because clearly sometimes we reach out and say something, not necessarily intentionally, but I just wanted to make that clear, that I've not known that from him and wanted to make sure that is on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Noted. Any further discussion?
Yes, we
Director.
voted already, right?
We haven't voted yet.
Okay, then let's vote, and I'd like to say something else. Let's
Thank you.
vote.
There's been a motion, there's been a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion passes 4-1.
Now,
You recognize, Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, what I would suggest that you do is that you look to see when we could have a meeting of the Omni CRA. As you know, and you well know this, there's a huge amount of business that has been done in months. And it's not all because of COVID related. But when allegations that they can't tell you what they are launched against our executive director, and for that matter, others that have been called liars there, that have made statements. We cannot have our top people in the Omni CRA be called liars, that be accused that they're the ones that didn't show up to work, and so much more. And of course, Mr. Diaz-La Portilla knows well by the game that he's playing, the Auditor General and so on. What he's trying to do is see how he can kick the can as far as he can, because, first of all, he knows the Auditor General, for something of this sort, is not equipped to handle it, nor does he have the personnel, and he knows that there'll be a year plus before you hear anything back. So he could go to the Auditor General with anything that he would like, and that's his prerogative. We cannot have our executive director with one of our own trying to taint his name. And in this case, it is trying to taint him, unlike what he accused me and maybe some of you of doing with Ms. Naylor, that we didn't say anything about her. I was asking if there's evidence that we've all heard there is out there, videos, to get him and to be able to see him. But if he has any evidence, she has any evidence on anything that Mr. Walker or anybody else in the CRA has done, they need to bring it clear, not be talking in generalities and not knowing what is it that they're accusing him of, except throwing mud at him to try to muddy him up, and anybody else in the CRA or anybody else that points the truth against this man and his cronies.
Commissioner, the Omni CRA is currently under audit already.
By Florida statute, yeah.
Could we add to that with these allegations and allow the auditor to conduct an investigation so that these employees who have been accused aren't dragged in front of here, put on the camera, and interrogated, which creates its own impression of guilt? I trust our auditor to conduct that investigation into whether or not attendance. But the unmentioned accusations, because at the end of the day, it feels like there is no actual accusation. It was a retaliation from.
There is an
It was
accusation.
Exactly what it was.
Then that I need to know what it is.
No, you don't.
Because
No, the auditor, no, you don't. You're not a judge, and neither is he, no. The auditor general needs to know.
Well,
That's why every commissioner has a right to request
when the
an
auditor
audit, and that's what I'm
investigates, we
doing.
will all know.
Exactly, so he'll come back and
The
report.
Auditor General, so
So
it can be.
the Auditor General-
So you create this cloud of
And not
wrongdoing
only,
in the CRA.
and not only, and
Over
not
the
only.
chairman also, which is part of what you were
We're
doing,
doing the
creating over
Bayfront,
him.
we're doing the
Because the
Bayfront Park.
people
too.
there are the ones that he hired when he was chairman.
We're doing,
And this will drag on,
we're doing
for a year and a half or more,
the request,
while you create.
the request is the
this cloud.
Bayfront,
Commissioner, if you'd like an investigation here with us as the body, I respect it.
but let's do one of the Bayfront Park too. Management
And
trust.
for what, Commissioner? Please, you can do
Well,
anything you want for what?
The
Tell me.
editorial, we've all been reading it, like you say. We've all been reading in the papers of the stuff that comes out. There's an editorial on a doggy and cat sculpture you want to do in Bayfront Park. You requested from us when I was Omni Chair, when it was $2 million, and you made a huge argument about.
God almighty.
There's a Herald editorial on it. Here, look.
Listen,
There's a Herald editorial. Look. So you've been reading about it. I read this and the accusation, right? Innuendo. Well, this is also an article. And what I want to know is
what is wrong there? Tell me.
well, what's wrong? There's it's a single bidder.
We're going off topic.
A lady resigned. A board member resigned as a result of a single bidder. I want to know who the single bidder is from Doral. I want to know why you were spending $890,000 without putting it out to bid.
We're getting off topic.
No, it's not off topic, because I am requesting an Auditor General investigation.
Absolutely.
Audit
Ask him. You
of
don't need us,
Bayfront
but
Park,
ask him.
of
By all
both
means.
Omni CRA and Bayfront Park, because Bayfront Park is not your personal fiefdom like you've made it. So what I want to do,
Mr.
Just a
want an
moment, we
audit.
need actions here. We
These
cannot
are
just
the
have
actions.
constant
We don't need
discussion and
actions.
accusation. No,
I can direct it
we
directly.
need a motion.
No, I need a motion.
So, Madam City Attorney?
I can direct
Just
the
a
Auditor
minute.
General.
Just a minute, please. Madam City Attorney, a request for an audit by the Auditor General can be requested by any
One
one
commissioner.
commissioner.
One commissioner at an open meeting for sure, or
I'm
the
doing right
body, or the
Right.
body.
Without an action of the body.
Correct.
Yeah, but I do want to take it further. Because I really want to help the commissioner out here. I really want to help you.
Thank you, I'm helping you
That
too.
tower of integrity that we have here. Mr. Clerk, please make sure that a whole video of this meeting, in this part of it, gets sent to the head of public corruption of the FBI, Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Absolutely.
This way, all those dogs and cats and stuff that he's worried about, they could look at all that.
Very important.
You know, that same company is the one that George Paris hires every year.
Single bidder.
The Art in Public Place Committee spends millions with every year. That's the one from Miami-Dade County, by the way. So please send that so that they could look at everything that went on here today. And in particular, whoever has those videos.
I'm just reading the Herald editorial.
Yeah. So please send that to the head of public corruption at the FBI and the head of public corruption at Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Thank you. I'd like to clarify the directions. Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, the direction you are giving for an investigation is exactly what?
He could do whatever he wants.
And
Look,
you have one as well.
No, don't give any credibility to what he's trying to do.
No.
He's trying to
No.
Any one
smoke-
commissioner.
smoke
An
and mirrors,
investigation
yeah.
into Bayfront Park.
But he
Cross.
doesn't, he could do whatever he wants. He doesn't have to say it here. He can send it in writing.
His entire budget, and in particular, with the doggy and catty thing that he was wanting to do over there at Bayfront Park, the dogs and cats that he wants to do over there. That's a particular one I want to look at.
Okay.
And then, of course,
Right,
the actual budget that he has passed in the last board meeting, because there's also some issues, but we, by the way, Madam Attorney, we have the ability to talk to the Auditor General ourselves, right, individually?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm talking to the city attorney, not to you.
Hit yourself in the wall speaking to
Do we
him.
have that ability?
Yes.
Okay, so that investigation into since 2017 on, to the Bayfront Park, and then I want an investigation of the last 4 years to the Omni CRA, including my tenure there, into any kind of deals or any kind of perks or any kind of things that may have happened from our Auditor General. That's what I'm directing our Auditor General to do, Mr.
Yeah, and
Lugo.
please make sure the Auditor General begins by how he forced, under duress, the Executive Director to hire his crony.
Now you're acting as auditor. Now you're acting as jury now.
And how the fine commissioner here thought that he was going to get the votes to fire Mr. Jason Walker if he didn't resign, except he miscalculated because he maybe thought I was going to just follow along with everything. And then when he realized he didn't have the votes, he went ahead and put a full court press trying to pressure Mr. Walker to resign.
That's another lie.
Okay?
That's most of the things you do.
So it's a lie that you didn't try to force Mr. Walker to resign.
I tried to do what every chairman does, like you did when you got rid of your Bayfront Park executive director.
I did not get rid of him. He resigned on his own. Everybody knows it.
Sure he did. Sure he did.
All right.
And that's what every chairman, when he comes in, picks like Mr. Russell, Chairman Russell did. When he came in, Peter Botwick was there, and he picked Mr. Walker.
Well, look, you said first it's a lie. Now you're trying to say that,
No,
you know,
it's not
everyone does
pressure,
it.
it's not pressure.
Which is it?
It's very simple. When a new administration comes in and when each chairman comes in, he wants to have his own people at the helm, like you did, like Commissioner Russell did, like Commissioner Reyes did, like Commissioner Sarnoff did.
A year
like
later.
Spence Jones did. Everybody does that.
Commissioners,
That's normal. A new administration comes in and you put your own people.
Commissioners,
That's normal.
your direction has been captured and is clear. Commissioner
Thank you.
Croy, do you have any direction on what you'd like to place with regard to what you've discussed.
Well, look, I've asked the city attorney to get an answer for us so that we know where we can go.
About whether or not we can conduct an investigation as a body.
Yeah,
I can read it to you. It's 5 lines. The commission may investigate official transactions, acts, and conduct. The mayor, city commissioners, and any committee thereof may investigate the financial transactions of any office or department of the city government and the official acts and conduct of any city official, and by similar investigations may secure information upon any matter.
so the question is, Madam City Attorney, can this body at any time impanel itself with subpoena powers to
Right.
conduct an investigation
In
of
conducting
what has transpired at the Omni CRA?
Sorry, 2 more sentences. In conducting such investigations, the mayor, city commission, or any committee thereof may require the attendance of witnesses and the production of books, papers, and other evidence, and for that purpose may issue subpoenas, which shall be signed by the presiding officer of the city commission or the chair of such committee, as the case may be, which may be served and executed by any police officer.
Madam City Attorney, I did not hear within there a list of boards that can be investigated. Would they be considered parts of the city, as their city boards?
Any office or department of the city government and the official acts and conduct of
Yes.
any city
So
official.
would you consider a board, a CRA board, a part of the city?
For this purpose,
I thought that what you were, it was the official acts and conduct of a city official. I thought that's what,
So
not
would Miss-
necessarily the CRA, but that
Would Mr. Walker be considered a city official?
he is
for this purpose.
he's a CRA official. For transactions of any office. It says the city government,
All of these boards to which we appoint
right, so
are-
all the
are
boards.
creatures of the city. They're
Right,
parts of the city.
so all the boards of the city of Miami, definitely. The CRA, it's a separate entity, but can you let me confirm this? Because we really haven't,
Okay, well, why don't you research it, and
it's
if
the
you could
first time.
let us know.
So you'll come back to it.
Yeah, in writing.
We just have to figure out what city government is. If
Okay,
the
well,
city government takes over everything.
This is why I was asking that, Madam City Attorney. This is not a black and white in reading it, as if we were to do something that's just strictly City of Miami. So if you could, study it and get back to us by Monday with a written opinion, if we can or not.
Thank you.
I think that would be, that would suffice. We're giving them, Friday, we're giving them Monday and the weekend if they need to do any additional research. Okay.
Thank you very much. Is there any further discussion on this item, Commissioner Carollo?
For the moment, no, but I expect there'll be quite a bit in the future.
Thank you. Commissioner Watson, you have PI2, a D5 pocket item regarding noise waiver. Would you like to move that item?
Yes. Apparently it's an annual event that takes place.
What item is that?
This is PI2,
PI?
a resolution of the Miami City Commission
Yeah.
waiving the noise prohibitions for Music Week 2021.
Move it.
It's been moved by Commissioner Watson, seconded by Commissioner Reyes. Is there any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes on PI2. We've gotten PI1, PI2, PI5, PI4. PI3 is Commissioner Reyes' item. Charter amendment.
Deferred.
Which date, please?
The 15th.
Either the
No, the
8th or the
22,
22nd.
The 22,
Defer PI 3 to April 22.
yes.
That's a motion seconded by the chair. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes on PI 3. That is the remainder of the pocket items. All we have left is the discussion items at this point.
I make a motion that all the discussion items be deferred for the following meeting.
Till April
second
8th.
it.
Moved by Commissioner Carollo, seconded by Commissioner Reyes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
My apologies, that was deferred to April 8th.
This April 8th for DI, all the discussion items.
DI 2
2, actually,
through
we did
DI
DI 1,
9.
so DI 2 through DI 7. No, I'm sorry, all the way to DI 9. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Am I correct, Mr. Clerk? We have conducted the business of the day.
Okay.
There was an attorney-client session. I don't know if we ever took any action on that item.
We have not. Does anyone have the will to talk about Chalks Airlines
No, I
settlement?
think we should,
Yeah, we could, Madam City Attorney, can we defer Chalks? Madam City Attorney,
Got it. To reset the Chalks Shade meeting.
for another time.
Do you need it withdrawn and notice a new one, or can we just defer it?
Yes, I need it withdrawn, and then if you let me read.
Motion to withdraw,
It's a motion?
moved by Commissioner Carollo, seconded by the chair. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes, and Madam City Attorney will read into the record the setting of the next meeting, at April 8th, please, the Chalks item.
Mr. Chairman and members of the City Commission, pursuant to the provisions in Section 286.0118 of the Florida statutes, I'm requesting that the City Commission meeting of April 8, 2021, an attorney-client session closed to the public, be held for the purposes of discussing the pending litigation in the matter of Chalks Airline, Inc. versus City of Miami, case number 17-023207 CA01, and Chalks Airline, Inc. and Nautilus Enterprises, LLC versus Miami Sports and Exhibition Authority and the City of Miami, case number 18-030887 CA01, both pending in the Miami-Dade Circuit Court, to which the city is presently a party. The subject of the meeting will be confined to settlement negotiations or strategy discussions related to litigation expenditures. This private meeting will begin at approximately 10 a.m. or soon thereafter, as commissioners' schedules permit, and conclude approximately 1 hour later. The session will be attended by members of the City Commission, which includes Vice Chairman Ken Russell and Commissioners Alex Diaz de la Portilla, Joe Carollo, Manolo Reyes, and Jeffrey Watson, City Manager Art Noriega, City Attorney Victoria Mendez, Deputy City Attorneys John A. Greco, Barnaby L. Min, and Senior Assistant City Attorneys Christopher Green, George Wysong, and Kerry McNulty, a certified court reporter, will be present to ensure that this session is fully transcribed and the transcript will be made public upon the conclusion of the litigation. At the conclusion of the attorney-client session, the regular City Commission meeting will be reopened, and the chairman will announce the termination of the attorney-client session. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. If no one has anything else for us, I would like to thank everyone for their advocacy, their patience as always, and their involvement. We are adjourned. Everyone have a good weekend. Thank you.